The sword is already falling. Medusa does not see it coming. She is asleep when the blade enters her neck, a curved bronze edge called a harp, guided not by the hand that holds it, but by the goddess who stands invisible behind the killer, her fingers resting on his wrist, steering the cut like a mother teaching a child to write. The goddess is Athena. The killer is Perseus. The victim is Medusa. And none of them understand, in this final moment, what they are truly destroying. Her eyes are closed. Her chest rises and falls with the slow rhythm of dreams. Around her, in the dark cavern that has been her prison and her kingdom for untold years, the stone bodies of dead men stand like a forest of frozen statues. Warriors who came to claim her head, poets who came to understand her face, fools who came to test the stories they heard in taverns. They stand in eternal silence. They will stand there long after she is gone. But Medusa herself does not know she is about to join them. She does not know that the boy with the winged sandals has crept backward into her lair, that he has been watching her reflection in a polished bronze shield, that he has been standing over her sleeping form for what feels like an eternity, his heart hammering against his ribs, his breath held so long his lungs burn, his hand trembling around a sword he did not earn. She takes her last breath as a living woman. The blade bites. Her eyes snap open, but it is too late. The cut is clean. Her head separates from her body, and in the instant before darkness swallows her, she feels not pain but confusion. She feels betrayal. She feels the same emotion she has felt every single day since the curse. Why me? Then the blood comes. Not ordinary blood. Divine blood. The blood of a woman who was once a priestess, once a daughter of the sea, once a guardian whose name meant protectress, a name that would become synonymous with everything humanity fears. Her blood sprays across the cavern floor. It hits the stone walls, and where it lands, life erupts. From her severed neck, two beings spring into existence, a winged horse of impossible white beauty, and a giant armed with a golden sword. Pegasus and Chrysaor, her children, conceived in violence, born in death, never held, never named by their mother, never known. Her sisters wake, Stheno and Euryale, immortal, eternal, unkillable, rise from their sleep with screams that shatter the silence of the Western Ocean. Their wings beat against the stone. Their snake hair hisses in unison. They chase the killer into the sky, but he is already gone, invisible under the helm of Hades, flying on sandals borrowed from Hermes, carrying their sister's head in a bag made by nymphs. He does not look back. He does not hear the mourning. He does not see the two immortal Gorgons kneel over the headless body of the only sister they ever loved, their claws scraping the stone, their tears falling on her cooling skin, their screams echoing across an island that has never known such grief. This is how Medusa dies. But this is not where her story ends. This is where it begins. Because to understand why a sleeping woman had to be beheaded by a boy who could not even look at her, you must go back. You must go back to the beginning. You must go back to the sea. You must go back to a time when she was not a monster. You must go back to a time when she was simply a girl who wanted to be good. And that is the cruelest part of this story. She was good. She was devoted. She was faithful. And the gods destroyed her for it. This is the complete life of Medusa. Not the myth you have heard. Not the monster you have been taught to fear. But the woman beneath the snakes. The guardian beneath the curse. The protectress who could not protect herself. Her name was Medusa, and she never asked for any of this. To understand Medusa, you must first understand the ocean that made her. Not the ocean you know, not the blue vacation water, not the gentle waves lapping against Greek shores. You must understand the ancient ocean, the primordial ocean, the ocean before the gods, before the titans, before the world had shape or meaning. You must understand the sea as the Greeks understood it, not as a place of beauty, but as a place of terror. The sea was where the world ended. The sea was where monsters lived. The sea was where the sun drowned every evening and where the dead wandered if they had no coin to pay the ferryman. Medusa's father was Phorcys. Phorcys was not a god in the way Zeus or Poseidon were gods. He was older than them. He was a primordial deity, born from Gaia, the earth herself, and Pontus, the endless sea. Phorcys represented everything hidden beneath the waves. He was the god of the deep trenches where no light reached. He was the god of the creatures that had never seen the sun. He was the god of the unknown, the unseen, the unnameable. Sailors did not pray to Phorcys. They feared him. They made offerings to him not out of love, but out of terror, dropping wine and blood into the water before setting sail, begging him to stay hidden, begging him not to rise. Medusa's mother was Ceto. Ceto was worse. Ceto was the goddess of sea monsters. Her very name became the Greek word for the great whales and serpents that destroyed ships. She was the mother of every nightmare that ever crawled from the deep. She was vast. She was ancient. She was hunger itself, endless and cold. Together, Phorcys and Ceto represented the oldest fear of humanity. The fear of what lives in the dark water, the fear of being swallowed by something you cannot see, the fear of the abyss. They were also siblings. In the logic of primordial gods, there was no one else to marry. The world was young. The gene pool was small, and so the children of Phorcys and Ceto were born from incest, born from the union of two beings who were themselves born from the earth and the sea. Their children were not beautiful. They were not blessed. They were monsters because their parents were monsters, and their parents were monsters because the world itself was monstrous before the Olympians came to tame it. The children of Phorcys and Ceto read like a catalog of everything that ever terrified a Greek sailor. There was Echidna, half woman, half serpent, who would later give birth to the Nemean lion, the Hydra, the Chimera, and the Sphinx. There was Scylla, the six-headed sea monster who devoured sailors from her cave across from Charybdis. There was Ladon, the 100-headed dragon who guarded the golden apples of the Hesperides. There were the Graeae, three sisters born as ancient crones, gray from birth, sharing a single eye and a single tooth between them, personifying the horror of old age and decay. And there were the Gorgons. The Gorgons were three sisters, Stheno, Euryale, and Medusa. Stheno was the eldest. Her name meant the mighty, or the forceful. She was born immortal. She could not be killed. She could not be wounded in any way that mattered. She was the strongest of the three, the most aggressive, the most protective. In ancient art, she is depicted with tusks like a boar, with hands of bronze, with wings of gold, with a gaze that turned men to stone before they could even scream. Stheno was born a monster, and she embraced it. She never questioned what she was. She never wished to be anything else. She was what the gods had made her, and she was magnificent in her terror. Euryale was the middle sister. Her name meant the far springer, or she of the wide sea. She too was immortal. She too was born with the full monstrous form, the snake hair, the bronze hands, the golden wings, the petrifying gaze. But Euryale was different from Stheno. Where Stheno was rage, Euryale was melancholy. She was the sister who looked westward across the endless ocean and wondered what lay beyond. She was the sister who sang to the whales. She was the sister who collected the bones of drowned sailors and arranged them into patterns on the shore, not out of cruelty, but out of loneliness. Euryale felt things more deeply than Stheno. She felt the weight of eternity. She felt the isolation of being a creature that no one could look upon and live. And then there was Medusa. Medusa was the youngest. Medusa was different. Medusa was mortal. This is the first and most important fact about her. In a family of immortals, she was the only one who could die. In a family of monsters, she was the only one who was born human. Or at least, she was born human enough. The earliest sources, Hesiod's Theogony, written in the 8th or 7th century BC, do not describe Medusa as beautiful. They describe her as a gorgon like her sisters, with snake hair and a petrifying gaze, with tusks and bronze hands and golden wings. But they make one crucial distinction. Medusa alone was mortal. And that distinction changes everything. Because mortality means vulnerability. Mortality means fear. Mortality means hope. The immortals Stheno and Euryale do not hope. They do not dream of a different life. They do not imagine what it would be like to walk among humans, to be loved, to be seen without causing death. They are what they are, and they accept it with the fatalism of eternal beings. But Medusa, because she can die, because her heart beats with a finite number of beats, because her days are numbered from the moment of her birth, Medusa hopes. Medusa dreams. Medusa wants. And that wanting is what destroys her. The three sisters are born in the darkness of the deep sea, in a cave at the edge of the world where the sun never reaches and where the water is black as ink. Their first memories are of pressure, the crushing weight of the ocean above them, the cold that seeps into bone, the sound of their mother's voice rumbling through the water like distant thunder. Ceto does not nurse them in the way human mothers nurse babies. She coils around them, her serpentine body creating a warm pocket in the freezing deep, and she feeds them on raw fish and the blood of whales. Phorcys watches from the shadows, his eyes glowing with bioluminescent light, his presence more felt than seen. He does not speak to his daughters. He does not hold them. He is too ancient for tenderness. He is too vast for intimacy. He is the abyss itself, and the abyss does not love. It simply is. The sisters grow quickly. They are not human children. They do not crawl and then walk. They swim from birth, their wings folded against their backs, their snake hair writhing in the water like living seaweed. Stheno is the first to open her eyes, and the first fish that swims past her turns to stone, sinking slowly to the ocean floor, a perfect fossil in an instant. Euryale is the next. She discovers her gaze by accident, looking at a passing dolphin, and the creature freezes mid-swim, its smile eternal, its body transformed into marble. The sisters learn to control their power. They learn to look away. They learn to close their eyes when they do not wish to kill. It is a survival skill, like learning to breathe. But Medusa's eyes do not work the same way. Not at first. When Medusa opens her eyes, nothing happens. The fish swim past her unharmed. And perhaps the cruelest irony of her entire existence is that she gets closer to this dream than any monster has a right to. She gets so close that she can almost touch it. She can almost taste it. She can almost believe that the gods have forgiven her for being born mortal in an immortal family, that they have seen her devotion and her purity and her desperate, burning desire to be something other than what her blood demands she be. She is wrong. The gods do not forgive. The gods do not reward devotion. The gods see purity and they see something to destroy. But that comes later. First, there is the ascent. The day Medusa leaves the sea is the day she stops being a child of monsters and starts being a child of the earth. She is not fully grown. In the reckoning of primordial beings, she is barely adolescent, but she is old enough to feel the pull of the world above, old enough to hear the stories Euryale tells and believe them, old enough to look up through miles of black water and imagine that somewhere above the crushing pressure, above the eternal night, there is a place where light exists. She leaves at night, or what passes for night in a world where day and night have no meaning. The deep sea is always dark. But there is a rhythm to the ocean, a pulse that even the creatures of the abyss can feel. The tides, the currents, the distant gravitational pull of the moon. Medusa feels the rhythm shift. She feels the water growing warmer, less dense, less crushing. She has been swimming upward for hours, maybe days. Time moves differently in the deep. She has passed through zones of the ocean that no human has ever seen. The midnight zone, the twilight zone. And now she is approaching the surface, the sunlit zone, the place where the world begins. Her lungs are not made for air. Or at least, they have never been used for air. Gorgons are sea creatures. Their bodies are designed for pressure, for cold, for the weight of water. But Medusa is different. Medusa has always been different. And as she breaks the surface for the first time, as her face emerges into a world of light and wind and sound, she does not drown. She gasps. She chokes. She coughs up water that has filled her lungs for her entire existence. And then she breathes. Air. Sweet, dry, burning air. It hurts. It feels like fire in her chest. But it is the most beautiful pain she has ever felt. She opens her eyes, and the world explodes into color. She has never seen color. The deep sea is blue-black, illuminated only by the bioluminescence of creatures who make their own light. But the surface world is impossible. The sky is not black, but a color she has no name for. A vast dome of light that fades from deep blue at the top to something lighter, something almost white, at the horizon. The sun. She knows the word from Euryal's stories, but knowing the word and seeing the thing are different. The sun is a disk of unbearable brightness, a furnace in the sky, a god made of fire. She cannot look directly at it. She shields her eyes with her hand and looks instead at the water around her, and even that is a revelation. The water is not black, but blue, a blue so intense it seems to glow from within, a blue that shifts and changes with every movement of light. She is in a place called the Western Ocean, or the ocean beyond the ocean, or simply the edge of the world. The Greeks will later call it the Atlantic, but Medusa does not know this. She only knows that she has reached the boundary between the world of her parents and the world of the gods. She has reached the place where the sea ends and the land begins. And she is not alone. The island of Sarpedon rises from the water before her. Or perhaps it is Sistine. The ancient sources disagree on the name, on the location, on whether it is a real island or a metaphor for the farthest west, the place where the sun dies each evening. But to Medusa, it is real. It is solid. It is land. And it is where she will spend the rest of her life. She crawls onto the shore. Her body is not made for this. Her tail, for she has a tail in those early days, a serpentine lower body like her mother's, drags against the sand. Her wings, still soft and new, unfold and flap uselessly, sending sand flying in all directions. Her hair, which is still hair in those first moments on land, not yet snakes, hangs wet and heavy down her back. She is a mess. She is a creature out of place. She is the most beautiful disaster the world has ever seen. And she is seen. The first human to see Medusa is a fisherman. He is old, his skin leathered by sun and salt, his hands cracked from years of hauling nets. He has pulled his boat onto the beach to repair a tier, and he looks up to see a young woman crawling from the surf like a newborn seal, her body glistening, her hair dark as the deep water, her eyes. Her eyes are the color of storm clouds, and they are looking directly at him. He does not turn to stone. This is the first miracle. Medusa's gaze does not kill him. Perhaps it is because she is too young, too new to the surface world, her powers not yet fully awakened. Perhaps it is because she does not wish him harm. She looks at him with curiosity, with wonder, with the innocent openness of a creature seeing another creature for the first time. Or perhaps it is simply luck, the random mercy of a universe that occasionally spares the innocent. Whatever the reason, the fisherman lives. He approaches her. He should run. Every instinct in his ancient, sea-worn body tells him to run, to get in his boat, to row until his arms fall off. But he is old, and he has seen many strange things in his long life. And there is something about this girl, something that reminds him of his own daughters, of the grandchildren he rarely sees, of the vulnerability of all young things. He approaches. He offers his hand. Medusa takes it. Her fingers are cold, colder than any human hand should be, cold as the deep water she came from. But they are fingers. They are not claws. They are not the bronze hands of her sisters. They are the hands of a girl who has never been touched with kindness. The fisherman wraps her in his net, not to capture her, but to warm her, because she is shivering uncontrollably, her body convulsing in the dry air, her skin turning from blue pale to something closer to human pink. He builds a fire. He feeds her fish cooked over flames. She has never tasted fire, never known that food could be warm, and the sensation is so overwhelming she weeps again, weeps openly, weeps without shame. The fisherman does not understand her tears, but he has seen enough of life to know that some tears need no explanation. He sits with her. He keeps the fire burning. And when she finally falls asleep, curled on the sand like a child, he watches over her, his knife in his hand, ready to defend her from whatever might come from the sea to claim her back. She wakes in the morning to find him gone. He has left her a gift, a length of cloth, rough woven wool, the first garment she has ever worn. And he has left her something else, a memory of kindness, a memory that will sustain her through everything that comes next, a proof that the surface world is not entirely cruel, that humans are not entirely monsters, that there is a place for her here if she can only find it. She wraps the cloth around herself. She stands on legs that are still learning to be legs. Her tail has split, transformed by the magic of the surface world, by the will of the gods, by her own desperate desire to be something other than what she was born. She walks. She walks inland, away from the sea, away from the only home she has ever known, toward a world she does not understand but is determined to make her own. She does not know that she is walking toward her destiny. She does not know that the gods are already watching her, already placing their bets, already planning the destruction that will make her famous for 3,000 years. She only knows that she is free. She only knows that the sun is warm on her face. She only knows that she is alive, and that being alive is the most terrifying and wonderful thing she has ever experienced. She walks toward the Temple of Athena. The Temple of Athena stands on a hill above the city. The city does not yet have a name that history will remember. It is one of 1,000 Greek settlements, one of 1,000 places where humans have decided to build walls against the wilderness and call the result civilization. But the temple is beautiful. It is new. It is built of white marble that catches the morning light and seems to glow from within, a structure so pure and so perfect that it looks less like a building and more like a prayer made solid. Medusa sees it from miles away. She has been walking for days, surviving on berries and stream water, hiding in caves when humans approach, watching from a distance as people go about their lives, farming, trading, arguing, loving, dying. She has learned to speak by listening. She has learned to walk by imitating. She has learned to be human by studying humans the way a scholar studies a text, with patience and devotion and a hunger that borders on desperation. And now she sees the temple, and she knows, with the certainty of a creature who has spent her entire life in darkness and has finally found light, that this is where she belongs. Athena is the goddess of wisdom. She is the goddess of war, but not the mindless, blood-drunk war of Ares. She is the goddess of strategy, of craft, of the intellectual discipline that turns violence into art. She is the goddess of the olive tree, of the loom, of the city-state, of all the things that separate humans from beasts. She is a virgin goddess. She has never married. She has never borne children. She has devoted her eternal existence to perfection, to excellence, to the relentless pursuit of knowledge and skill. And she is, above all, the goddess who protects those who serve her. Medusa does not know all of this when she first approaches the temple. She knows only what she has heard in whispered prayers, in the songs of travelers, in the fragments of myth that drift through the world like seeds on the wind. She knows that Athena is wise. She knows that Athena is just. She knows that Athena values purity and devotion and discipline. All the things that Medusa has been trying to learn, all the things that Medusa believes will make her worthy of belonging in this world. She climbs the hill. The marble steps are warm beneath her bare feet. The columns rise around her like the trunks of stone trees, carved with images of heroes and battles, of Athena's birth from the forehead of Zeus, of her victory over Poseidon for the patronage of Athens. Medusa walks between them, her heart hammering, her hands trembling, her new legs still uncertain. She is afraid. She has never been more afraid. But she is also determined. She has come too far to turn back. The priestesses see her coming. They are young women, mostly, daughters of noble families who have chosen service to Athena over marriage, who have taken vows of celibacy and devotion, who spend their days maintaining the sacred fire, weaving the peplos for Athena's statue, interpreting the will of the goddess through dreams and omens. They wear simple white robes. Their hair is bound in the style of Athena's own. Their faces are serious, disciplined, serene. They see Medusa and they stop. They see a girl who is almost too beautiful to be real. A girl with skin like moonlight, with hair that falls in dark waves down her back, with eyes that seem to contain the depth of the ocean itself. But they also see something else. They see the way her hair moves slightly even when there is no wind. They see the way her shadow seems wrong, too large, too angular, hinting at wings folded beneath her cloak. They see the way she walks, not with the confidence of a human girl, but with the careful, deliberate steps of a creature who has only recently learned to use legs. The high priestess steps forward. Her name is Theano. She is older than the others, her hair streaked with gray, her face lined with years of service and sacrifice. She has seen many things in her long life. She has seen girls come to the temple seeking refuge from abusive fathers, from unwanted marriages, from the general cruelty of a world that values women only for their wombs. She has seen genuine devotees and desperate runaways, and everything in between. And she sees something in Medusa's eyes that she has rarely seen before. Absolute, burning, desperate faith. "Who are you?" Theano asks. Her voice is not unkind, but it is not welcoming either. The Temple of Athena is not a place for casual visitors. It is a place of discipline, of rigor, of exacting standards. "I am Medusa," the girl answers. Her voice is strange, musical, resonant, with an undertone that sounds almost like the echo of waves in a cave. "I come from the sea. I come to serve." "From the sea?" Theano's eyes narrow. "You are a daughter of Poseidon?" "No." Medusa's voice drops. She does not want to lie. She has decided that her new life will be built on truth, on purity, on the absolute rejection of everything monstrous in her nature. "I am a daughter of Phorcys and Ceto." The name means nothing to Theano at first. Phorcys and Ceto are not Olympian gods. They are not worshipped in temples. They are the primordial terrors of the deep, the names spoken only by sailors in moments of superstitious fear, the deities of a world that civilized Greeks prefer to forget. But then recognition dawns. Theano's face changes. Her eyes widen. Her hand moves instinctively to the small dagger she carries at her waist, not for violence, but for ritual sacrifice, though it could serve either purpose. "You are a child of monsters," Theano says. "It is not a question." "I am a child who wishes to be more than her blood," Medusa replies. And the words are so simple, so direct, so utterly devoid of self-pity or manipulation, that Theano feels something shift in her chest. She has spent her life serving a goddess who values reason over emotion, discipline over desire. But she is also a woman. She has also known what it is to be defined by things she did not choose: her gender, her class, the expectations placed on her from birth. And she sees in Medusa's eyes the same desperate hunger for self-definition that has driven every great devotee in history. Theano makes a decision that will change the course of mythology. She decides to give Medusa a chance. "Service to Athena is not easy," she says. "It requires absolute devotion, absolute purity, absolute obedience. You must renounce all worldly ties. You must renounce marriage, children, personal ambition. You must become nothing but a vessel for the goddess's will. Can you do this?" "I can," Medusa says. And she means it. She has never meant anything more in her short, strange life. She will give everything. She will be everything Athena asks. She will prove that a daughter of monsters can become a daughter of wisdom. "Then enter," Theano says, "and may Athena judge your heart." Medusa enters the temple. The doors close behind her, and for the first time in her existence, she is home. The life of a priestess of Athena is not glamorous. It is not romantic. It is not the life of ecstatic mystics dancing in moonlight or speaking in tongues. It is a life of discipline, of repetition, of endless, grinding, meticulous labor. The priestesses wake before dawn. They bathe in cold water, purifying their bodies. They dress in simple white chitons, their hair bound in the sacred style. They spend the morning hours in prayer, not emotional, wailing prayer, but structured, intellectual prayer, reciting the hymns of Homer and Hesiod, contemplating the virtues of wisdom and strategy and craft. Then there is work. The temple must be maintained. The sacred fire must never go out. The statue of Athena must be cleaned, dressed, adorned. The olive trees on the temple grounds must be tended. The wool must be spun. The thread must be woven. The peplos, the sacred robe for Athena's statue, must be created anew each year in a massive collaborative effort that takes months of painstaking labor. Medusa throws herself into this work with a ferocity that frightens the other priestesses. She does not sleep enough. She does not eat enough. She works until her hands bleed, until her knees give out, until she collapses from exhaustion and has to be carried to her sleeping mat. The other priestesses whisper about her. They say she is trying to prove something. They say she is running from something. They say she is not quite human, that there is something wrong with her, something that shows in the way her hair moves, in the way her eyes catch the light, in the way she sometimes stands perfectly still for hours, staring at nothing, her lips moving in silent conversation with someone no one else can see. They are right, of course. Medusa is running. She is running from the sea, from her family, from the monstrous blood in her veins. She is trying to prove that she can be good, that she can be pure, that she can be worthy of a place in the world of light and order and civilization. She is trying to outwork her nature. She is trying to pray away the monster inside her. She is trying to become, through sheer force of will, something other than what the gods made her. And for a while, it works. 4 years. How many? No one can say. For time moves strangely in the stories of immortals and near immortals. Medusa is simply another priestess. She is the most devoted, the most disciplined, the most tireless. She learns to read, a skill that still astonishes her. The transformation of marks on clay or parchment into meaning, into stories, into the accumulated wisdom of generations. She learns to weave, her fingers moving with supernatural speed and precision, creating patterns of such complexity and beauty that the other priestesses gather to watch her work. She learns the rituals, the prayers, the proper ways to offer sacrifice, to interpret omens, to enter the trance state that allows the priestess to speak with the voice of the goddess. She becomes, in short, excellent. She becomes the kind of servant that any deity would be proud to claim. Theano watches her with growing approval, then with growing concern, then with something that approaches love. The high priestess has never married, never had children, but if she had a daughter, she would want her to be like Medusa, dedicated, disciplined, pure of heart. But purity is a fragile thing, and the gods do not respect fragility. The first sign of trouble comes gradually, so gradually that no one recognizes it for what it is. Medusa begins to attract attention, not divine attention, that has always been there. Athena's subtle presence in the temple, the sense of being watched by eyes that see everything. No, Medusa begins to attract human attention, male attention. She is beautiful. This is not vanity. This is not self-awareness. This is simply a fact, observable by anyone with eyes. Her beauty is not the soft, domestic beauty of a Greek maiden, the kind of beauty that promises fertile fields and healthy children. Her beauty is wilder, stranger, more dangerous. It is the beauty of the sea itself, unpredictable, deep, capable of both calm and storm. Her hair, which she keeps carefully bound in the priestess style, has a luster that seems almost supernatural, each strand catching the light like polished obsidian. Her eyes, which she keeps downcast in proper humility, are the color of storm clouds over deep water, gray-green and endlessly shifting. Her skin has the pale, luminous quality of someone who has never seen the sun, which is ironic, because she sees the sun every day now, but the deep sea never truly leaves those born in it. Men begin to visit the temple more frequently. They come with offerings, olive oil, wine, wool, silver, and they linger after making their prayers. They linger near Medusa. They watch her as she tends the sacred fire. They watch her as she weaves. They watch her as she walks between the columns, her white chiton flowing around her, her bare feet silent on the marble floor. Some of them speak to her. They offer compliments. They offer gifts. They offer marriage, position, wealth, protection. Medusa refuses them all. She has taken a vow of celibacy. She has given herself to Athena. She will not be swayed by mortal desire, by the fleeting pleasures of the flesh, by the temporary security of a husband's house. She is devoted. She is pure. She is untouchable. Or so she believes. Theano warns her. Theano sees what Medusa, in her innocence, does not see. Theano sees the way men's eyes follow her youngest priestess. She sees the way the atmosphere in the temple changes when Medusa enters a room, the way conversations stop, the way breathing changes. She sees the danger that beauty poses in a world where men believe they have the right to take whatever they desire. You must be careful, Theano tells Medusa one evening. As they sit together in the temple's inner sanctuary, the sacred fire burning low between them. The world does not allow women to be both beautiful and untouchable. The world sees beauty as an invitation. It sees purity as a challenge. I do not invite, Medusa says. Her voice is calm, certain, perhaps too certain for her own good. I do not challenge. I serve Athena. That is all. The world does not care what you intend, Theano replies. The world cares only what it can take from you. Medusa does not understand. She has spent years building a fortress of devotion around herself, and she believes it is impregnable. She believes that her faith is a shield, that her purity is armor, that the goddess she serves will protect her from any harm. She is wrong. She is catastrophically wrong. But she will not learn this until it is too late. The man who destroys her is not just any man. He is a god, and not just any god. He is Poseidon. Poseidon is everything Athena is not. Where she is discipline, he is chaos. Where she is intellect, he is instinct. Where she is virgin and self-contained, he is lust itself, the endless, roaring, ungovernable desire of the sea that takes whatever it wants and crushes whatever resists. He is the god of earthquakes, of storms, of horses, of the deep water that swallows ships without warning. He is Medusa's uncle, the brother of her father Phorcys in the tangled genealogy of primordial deities. But family means nothing to Poseidon. Family has never meant anything to Poseidon. The only thing that matters to Poseidon is want. And he wants Medusa. The reasons for his desire are not complicated. They do not need to be. Poseidon sees Medusa in the temple of Athena, and he wants her because she is beautiful. He wants her because she is forbidden. He wants her because she belongs to Athena. And Poseidon has never forgiven Athena for winning the patronage of Athens, for humiliating him before the assembled gods, for proving that wisdom and craft could defeat brute force. He wants Medusa because taking her would be an act of vengeance against the goddess who defeated him. He wants her because he can. He comes to the temple in the form of a man. This is how gods operate when they wish to seduce mortals. They disguise themselves as something approachable, something comprehensible, something that will not trigger the mortal's instinctive terror of the divine. He appears as a sailor, weathered and handsome, with salt-stained clothes and a voice that rumbles like distant thunder. He brings an offering of a fine horse, Poseidon's sacred animal, and he asks to speak with the priestess who tends the sacred fire. Medusa meets him in the outer court. She does not know who he is. She sees only a man, a supplicant, someone who has come to seek Athena's blessing. She is polite. She is distant. She keeps her eyes downcast, as proper for a priestess, and she tells him that Athena's blessings are available to all who come with pure hearts and proper offerings. I did not come for Athena's blessing, Poseidon says. His voice is deeper than it should be. There is a resonance to it, a vibration that seems to travel through the marble floor and up through Medusa's feet into her bones. I came to see you. Medusa looks up. This is a mistake. She should keep her eyes down. She should maintain the barrier of propriety that protects priestesses from the desires of men. But something in his voice compels her. Something in his presence, the sheer mass of him, the way the air seems to bend around his body, the way the water in the temple's purification basin begins to ripple though no one has touched it. Something makes her look. His eyes are the color of the deep sea, not the surface sea, not the blue-green of Mediterranean shallows, but the true deep, the black blue of the abyss where her father Phorcys dwells. And in those eyes, Medusa sees recognition. She sees that he knows what she is. She sees that he knows where she came from. She sees that he is not a man at all. I know you, Poseidon says. And he smiles. It is not a kind smile. I know your father. I know your mother. I know the deep place where you were born. And I know that you are pretending to be something you are not. You are pretending to be pure. You are pretending to be human. You are pretending to be worthy of Athena's love. But I know the truth. I know that beneath that white robe, beneath that pretty face, you are a monster. You are a child of the abyss. You are mine. Medusa steps back. Her heart is hammering. Her hands are shaking. She wants to run, but her legs will not move. She wants to scream, but her throat has closed. She wants to call for Theano, for the other priestesses, for anyone who might protect her from this creature who speaks with the voice of the ocean itself. But she is frozen. Not by magic, not yet, but by fear, by the terrible recognition that everything she has built, everything she has become, everything she has devoted her life to, can be destroyed in an instant by a being who does not even see her as a person. Please, she whispers. It is the only word she can manage. Please. I have taken vows. I serve Athena. I am not. I cannot. You can, Poseidon says. And he moves toward her. You will, and you will enjoy it. Because deep down, beneath all your pretense of purity, you are still a creature of the sea. You still belong to the wild places. You still respond to power. You cannot fight what you are, Medusa. You cannot fight me. He reaches for her. She tries to run. She finally finds the strength to move, to turn, to flee toward the inner sanctuary where the other priestesses are, where Theano is, where the sacred fire burns, and perhaps, the presence of Athena herself might offer protection. But Poseidon is a god. He does not need to run. He simply extends his will, and the water in the temple responds. The purification basin overflows. Water pours across the marble floor, rushing toward Medusa's feet, wrapping around her ankles like living chains, pulling her back, holding her in place. She struggles. She fights. She screams. Finally, she screams, a sound that is not human, that carries the echo of her mother's serpentine voice, that shakes the columns of the temple and sends birds flying from the roof in panic. No one comes. Theano does not come. The other priestesses do not come. Whether they cannot hear her through the divine veil that Poseidon has drawn around them, or whether they are too afraid to intervene, or whether, and this is the thought that will haunt Medusa for the rest of her existence, they simply do not care. No one comes. Poseidon takes her on the steps of Athena's altar. This is not seduction. This is not romance. This is not even the crude, violent coupling that sometimes passes for love in the stories of gods and mortals. This is an act of deliberate desecration. Poseidon chooses the temple of Athena specifically because it is Athena's temple. He chooses the altar specifically because it is the most sacred space. He takes Medusa specifically because she is Athena's priestess. Every moment of the assault is calculated to wound Athena, to humiliate her, to prove that Poseidon's power can violate even the most protected spaces of his rival. Medusa fights. She fights with everything she has, with the strength of the deep sea in her veins, with the desperation of a creature who has finally found a home and will not surrender it without a battle that costs everything. She scratches him. She bites him. She screams curses in the ancient language of her mother Ceto, words that would summon sea monsters if they were spoken in the ocean, words that have no power on dry land against a god. She fights until her nails break and her voice goes raw and her body is covered in bruises and blood. His blood, golden ichor that burns where it touches her skin, and her own blood, red and human and impossibly fragile. It does not matter. He is a god. She is mortal. The outcome was never in question. When it is over, Poseidon stands. He adjusts his clothes, the sailor's disguise that he wore to approach her, now torn and stained with blood and other things. He looks down at her where she lies on the altar steps, her white chiton shredded, her body broken, her eyes open but seeing nothing, her mind retreating to some distant place where pain cannot reach. He smiles again. It is the same smile as before, the smile of a creature who has taken what he wanted and feels nothing but satisfaction. "Tell your goddess," he says. "Tell Athena that Poseidon sends his regards. Tell her that the sea does not recognize her boundaries. Tell her that what is hers is mine whenever I choose to take it." He turns. He walks out of the temple, and as he crosses the threshold, he dissolves into sea spray, into mist, into the salt wind that blows from the Western Ocean. He is gone. Medusa is alone. She lies on the altar steps for a long time. Hours, perhaps. The sun moves across the sky. The shadows shift. The sacred fire burns lower. And Medusa does not move. She does not weep. She does not scream. She simply lies there, her eyes fixed on the ceiling of the temple, her mind empty, her body a landscape of pain that she does not have the strength to process. When Theano finally finds her, the high priestess does not ask what happened. She sees the torn clothes. She sees the bruises. She sees the golden stains of divine ichor on the marble floor. She sees the look in Medusa's eyes, the look of someone who has been shattered so completely that no amount of time or love or justice can ever put her back together. Theano knows. She knows without being told, and her face crumples with a grief that is almost as devastating as Medusa's own. "Oh, my child," Theano whispers. She kneels beside Medusa. She reaches out to touch her, then stops, her hand hovering in the air, afraid that any contact might cause more pain. "Oh, my poor, poor child." Medusa does not respond. She does not blink. She does not breathe, except in the shallow, automatic way that bodies breathe when the mind has fled. She has gone somewhere deep inside herself, somewhere below the level of thought or feeling, somewhere as dark and as cold as the ocean trench where she was born. She has retreated to the only place that feels safe, the abyss. Theano carries her to the healing chamber. The other priestesses gather, their faces pale with shock and horror. They wash Medusa's body. They dress her wounds. They burn herbs to drive away infection and evil spirits. They pray. They pray to Athena with a fervor that borders on desperation, begging the goddess to heal their sister, to restore her, to make her whole again. They do not yet understand that the damage done to Medusa is not the kind of damage that healing herbs or sacred prayers can fix. They do not yet understand that Medusa has been destroyed not just in body but in soul, not just by violence, but by betrayal. The betrayal of a world that promised her safety if she was good enough, pure enough, devoted enough, and then proved that promise to be a lie. For 3 days, Medusa does not speak. She does not eat. She does not drink. She lies on her sleeping mat, her eyes open but unseeing, her body still except for the shallow rise and fall of her chest. Theano sits with her. Theano holds her hand. Theano speaks to her in a low, steady voice, telling her that she is safe now, telling her that the monster is gone, telling her that Athena will protect her, telling her that everything will be all right. It is a lie. Theano knows it is a lie even as she speaks it, but it is the only lie she has to offer, and she offers it with all the love in her heart. On the 4th day, Medusa speaks. Her voice is barely audible, a whisper like wind over sand. "I prayed," she says. "I prayed to Athena. Every day, every hour. I gave her everything. I gave her my life. And she let him do this to me." Theano has no answer. What answer can there be? The goddess did not intervene. The goddess did not stop Poseidon. The goddess did not protect her most devoted servant from the most devastating violation imaginable. Theano could offer theological explanations, that the gods work in mysterious ways, that Athena's wisdom is not the same as human wisdom, that perhaps the goddess has a plan that will reveal itself in time. But Theano is not a fool. She is a woman who has lived long enough to know that the gods do not deserve the excuses that humans make for them. She is a woman who has seen too much suffering to believe in divine justice. I know, Theano says. It is all she can say. I know, my child. I know. Medusa closes her eyes. For the first time since the assault, tears slip down her cheeks. They are not the violent, gasping tears of fresh grief. They are the slow, endless tears of someone who has understood, finally and completely, that the world is not fair, that the gods are not good, and that her devotion has bought her nothing but pain. I want to die, Medusa whispers. I want to go back to the sea. I want to sink into the dark and never come up again. You will not die, Theano says. Her voice is firm, almost harsh. You will live. You will survive this. You are stronger than you know, Medusa. You are stronger than any of us know. Medusa does not believe her, but she does not have the strength to argue. She simply turns her face to the wall and weeps silently until sleep, or something like sleep, finally takes her. She dreams of the sea. She dreams of her mother Ceto's massive coils wrapping around her, holding her in the crushing pressure of the deep. She dreams of her sisters, Stheno and Euryale, swimming in circles around her, their snake hair writhing, their golden wings beating against the water, their voices singing songs without words. She dreams of her father Phorcys watching from the darkness, his bioluminescent eyes unblinking, his presence vast and indifferent and eternal. And she dreams of Poseidon. She dreams of his hands on her body. She dreams of his voice in her ear. She dreams of his smile. She dreams of the altar steps and the sacred fire and the water that held her in place while the god took what he wanted. She dreams these things not as memories, but as ongoing experiences, as if the assault is still happening, as if time has looped back on itself, and she is trapped in an eternal moment of violation and helplessness. She wakes screaming. Theano is there. Theano holds her. Theano rocks her like a child and sings the old songs, the lullabies of her own childhood, the melodies that have comforted generations of frightened girls. And gradually, slowly, Medusa's breathing steadies. Her heart stops hammering. Her eyes focus on the real world, on the dim light of the healing chamber, on Theano's weathered face. I need to see her, Medusa says. Her voice is stronger now, stronger than it has been since the assault. There is a new quality to it, a hardness that was not there before. I need to see Athena. I need to ask her why. I need to ask her why she let this happen. I need to ask her why she didn't protect me. Theano's face goes pale. You cannot demand answers from a goddess, she says. That is not how devotion works. That is not how faith works. I am not asking about devotion or faith, Medusa says. I am asking about justice. I am asking about the bargain I made. I gave her my life. I gave her my purity. I gave her my absolute, unconditional devotion. And in return, she let a monster destroy me in her own temple, on her own altar. I want to know why. I deserve to know why. Theano stares at her. She has never seen this Medusa before. This hard, cold, furious Medusa who speaks of justice and bargains and deserving. This is not the broken girl who lay on the altar steps. This is something new. This is someone who has been pushed past the breaking point and has found, on the other side of breaking, a kind of terrible strength. I will take you to the inner sanctuary, Theano says slowly. I will help you pray, but I cannot promise that Athena will answer. The gods do not answer to mortals. They never have. Then she will hear me anyway, Medusa says. Whether she answers or not, she will hear me. She will know what was done to me in her name. She will know what her silence cost. The inner sanctuary of Athena's temple is the holiest space, the place where the goddess's presence is strongest, where the sacred fire burns brightest, where the statue of Athena stands 10 feet tall, carved from ivory and gold, her eyes made of precious stones that seem to follow you as you move. It is a space of overwhelming power, of divine pressure, of the absolute authority of the Olympian order. Mortals do not enter this space lightly. Even the high priestess approaches it with fear and trembling. Medusa walks in like she owns it, or like she has nothing left to lose. Theano follows, her heart hammering, her hands clasped in prayer. The other priestesses wait outside, pressed against the doors, listening through the cracks, their faces pale with a mixture of terror and fascination. Medusa stands before the statue. She looks up into those stone eyes, those jewel eyes, those eyes that represent the wisdom of the ages, the strategy of war, the craft of civilization. She looks into the face of the goddess she has served with every fiber of her being, and she speaks. "I gave you everything," she says. Her voice is quiet, but it carries. It carries through the sanctuary, through the temple, through the hill, perhaps through the world itself. "I left the sea. I left my family. I left the only world I knew. I came to you with nothing but faith. I served you with nothing but devotion. I kept myself pure. I kept myself disciplined. I kept myself worthy. And when the monster came, when Poseidon came into your temple, onto your altar, and took everything I had, where were you?" The sacred fire flickers. The air in the sanctuary grows heavy, charged with something that is not quite electricity, not quite divine presence, but something in between. Theano falls to her knees. She presses her forehead against the marble floor. She has never heard anyone speak to a goddess this way. She has never imagined that anyone could. "I did not ask for protection from the world," Medusa continues. Her voice is rising now, gaining strength, gaining the terrible music of absolute conviction. "I knew the world was cruel. I knew men were dangerous. I knew that beauty was a burden and that purity was a target. But I believed that you were different. I believed that your wisdom meant justice. I believed that your virginity meant you understood what it was to refuse, to resist, to protect yourself from the desires of others. I believed that you would protect me because I was yours, because I had given myself to you completely, because I was faithful." She steps closer to the statue. Her eyes are dry now. She has no tears left. All that remains is fire. "Was I wrong?" she asks. "Was I a fool to believe that the gods reward devotion? Was I a fool to believe that purity has meaning? Was I a fool to believe that you, wise Athena, just Athena, Virgin Athena, would care what happens to a daughter of monsters who dared to dream of being something more?" The statue does not move. The sacred fire burns steady. For a long moment, there is nothing, no response, no sign, no indication that the goddess has heard or cares. Medusa stands in silence, her fists clenched, her body trembling with the effort of holding herself together. And then the air changes. It is subtle at first, a shift in pressure, a change in temperature, the scent of olives and ozone and something else, something ancient and cold and terrifying. The sacred fire flares, burning blue-white, and then dies down to embers. The jewel eyes of the statue seem to glow with an inner light that is not a reflection of the fire, but something else, something alive, something angry. Athena is present. She does not manifest in flesh. She does not step down from her pedestal like a living woman. But her presence fills the sanctuary, fills the temple, fills the hill, a pressure so immense that Theano cannot breathe, cannot move, cannot think. The goddess is here, and she is furious. But not at Poseidon, not at the god who violated her temple, desecrated her altar, destroyed her priestess. Athena is furious at Medusa. The voice that fills the sanctuary is not a voice. It is not sound. It is meaning itself, pressed directly into the mind, into the soul, into the deepest fibers of existence. It is the voice of a goddess who has never been questioned, never been challenged, never been forced to account for her actions by a mere mortal, and certainly not by a mortal who is, beneath her pretense of humanity, a child of the very monsters that the Olympians defeated to claim their throne. "You dare," Athena says. The words are not spoken but impressed, burned into the air like letters written in lightning. "You dare to stand in my sanctuary and demand answers. You dare to question my wisdom. You dare to blame me for the consequences of your own weakness." Medusa does not flinch. She has passed beyond fear. She has passed beyond the point where divine terror can touch her. She has been destroyed by a god already. What more can this goddess do to her? "I dare," Medusa says, "because I have nothing left to lose. I dare because you were my last hope, and you failed me. I dare because if the gods will not be just, then someone must speak the truth about what you are." "You were never mine," Athena says. And the cruelty of the statement is so absolute, so breathtaking in its injustice, that Medusa feels the last fragments of her faith crumble to dust. "You were a child of Phorcys and Ceto. You were born from the abyss. You came to my temple wearing a human face, speaking human words, pretending to human devotion. But you were always a monster. You were always the sea. You were always chaos wearing the mask of order. And when Poseidon took you, he did not violate a priestess. He claimed what was already his. He reclaimed a daughter of the deep for the deep." Medusa stares. She cannot speak. The words have struck her like physical blows, each one a new wound on top of wounds that have not yet healed. "You think you were pure?" Athena continues. The goddess's voice is not raised. It does not need to be. It carries the absolute certainty of divine truth, the kind of truth that cannot be argued because it comes from a being who defines reality itself. "You think your devotion mattered? You think your prayers reached me? You were a pretender. You were an imposter. You wore the white robe and spoke the sacred words. But beneath it all, you were still Medusa of the Gorgons. You were still a creature whose gaze turns men to stone. You were still a danger to everything I protect. And now that your pretense is stripped away, now that the world has seen what you truly are, you have the audacity to blame me for your nature." "I did not choose my nature," Medusa whispers. But her voice is barely audible. The goddess's words have hollowed her out. They have taken everything: her faith, her identity, her sense of self, her last desperate hope that she could be something other than a monster, and they have crushed it. "No," Athena says, "you did not choose it, but you cannot escape it. And since you insist on wearing your true face, I will give you a face that matches what you are. Since you insist on being a monster, I will make you the monster you were always meant to be. Since you insist on turning the gaze of others to stone, I will ensure that no one ever looks upon you again without seeing exactly what you are." Medusa understands, in the last moment before the transformation, what is about to happen. She understands that Athena is not punishing Poseidon because Athena cannot punish Poseidon. Poseidon is too powerful. He is a brother of Zeus. He is one of the three rulers of the cosmos. To challenge him would be to challenge the divine order itself, to risk a war among the gods that could destroy the world. Athena is the goddess of wisdom, and wisdom means knowing which battles can be won and which cannot. Athena cannot strike at Poseidon, so she strikes at Medusa instead. She strikes at the victim because the victim is safe to destroy. It is the oldest injustice in the world. It is the story of every civilization that ever existed. The powerful harm the weak, and when the weak cry out for justice, the powerful punish them for crying. Medusa opens her mouth to scream one last protest, to beg, to curse, to do something, anything, to stop what is coming. But the transformation is already beginning. It starts with her hair. The dark, beautiful waves that she has tended so carefully, that she has washed in sacred water and bound in the priestess style, begin to writhe. They begin to move with a life of their own. Medusa feels at first as an itching, a burning, a sensation like insects crawling across her scalp. She reaches up with her hands, her human hands, her soft, pale, almost human hands, and she touches her hair, and her fingers meet not strands of silk, but scales, cold and dry and muscular. She pulls her hand back and looks at it, and she sees blood where she has scratched herself, and in the blood she sees movement, tiny serpents writhing in the red, and she understands that her hair is no longer hair. The snakes grow rapidly. They are not ordinary serpents. They are the serpents of divine punishment, creatures of Athena's own design, venomous and immortal and endlessly hungry. They sprout from her scalp by the dozens, by the hundreds, each one a living, hissing, fanged extension of the curse. They tangle together. They fight for space. They bite each other and bite her, their venom burning her skin but not killing her, because the curse will not allow her the mercy of death. Her beautiful hair is gone. In its place is a writhing mass of serpents, a crown of living horror, a headpiece that announces to the world, this is a monster. Medusa screams. It is not a human scream. It is the scream of the deep sea, the scream her mother Ceto makes when she devours a whale, the scream that has no words because words are for creatures who still belong to the world of meaning. The scream echoes through the sanctuary, through the temple, through the hill, across the city, across the land, perhaps across the world itself. It is a scream of absolute, total, complete negation, the sound of a soul being unmade. But the curse is not finished. Her face changes next. Her skin, which has been pale and luminous, begins to harden. Not into stone. That would be too merciful, but into something between flesh and scale, a texture that is rough and cold and alien. Her cheeks hollow. Her jaw extends. Her teeth lengthen into fangs, tusks like a boar's, protruding from her mouth in a permanent snarl. Her tongue becomes forked. Her eyes, her beautiful, storm-colored eyes, begin to glow, not with light, but with something darker, something that draws the light in and destroys it, something that turns the act of seeing into an act of death. She feels it happening. She feels her body betraying her, transforming her from the inside out, reshaping her bones and muscles and skin into a configuration that matches the goddess's judgment of her soul. She feels her hands hardening into bronze, not metaphorically, not symbolically, but literally, her fingers becoming metal, her palms becoming cold and heavy and inhuman. She feels wings sprouting from her back, tearing through her white chitin, golden wings like her sister's, wings that she never had before, wings that mark her as fully Gorgon, fully monster, fully the thing she spent her life trying not to be. And finally, the worst change of all, her gaze. She can feel it now. She can feel the power in her eyes, the terrible, unstoppable force that turns living flesh into stone. It is not a power she controls. It is not a power she can turn off. It is always active, always ready, always killing. She knows, without being told, without testing it, that anyone who looks into her eyes will die. Instantly, irreversibly, permanently. She knows that the fisherman who once showed her kindness would turn to stone if she met his eyes. She knows that Theano, who is still kneeling on the floor, her face pressed against the marble, would turn to stone if Medusa looked at her. She knows that every human being she ever loved, ever might love, ever could love, is now beyond her reach forever. She is alone. She is utterly, completely, eternally alone. And she is a monster. And she has been made a monster not by the god who raped her, but by the goddess she devoted her life to. She has been punished not for being violent, but for being victimized. She has been destroyed not by her enemy, but by her protector. The transformation ends. Medusa stands in the center of the sanctuary, her body heaving with breaths that her new lungs struggle to process, her snake hair hissing and writhing, her bronze hands clenching and unclenching, her golden wings folded tight against her back, her eyes glowing with the light of death. She is magnificent. She is terrifying. She is exactly what Athena intended her to be, a warning, a threat, a visible demonstration of what happens to those who challenge the gods. Leave this place, Athena says. Her voice is cold now, remote. The voice of a goddess who has delivered her judgment and has no further interest in the condemned. Go to the western edge of the world. Go to the island where your kind belong. Live there, if you can call it living, until some hero finds the courage to end your miserable existence. And when you die, and you will die, for you are the only mortal Gorgon, the only one of your sisters who can be killed, know that your death will serve me. Your head will become my shield. Your face will become my protection. Your curse will become my weapon. Even in death, you will serve Athena. There is no escape from me, Medusa. Not in life. Not in death. Not ever. The presence withdraws. The pressure releases. The sacred fire returns to its normal color. Athena is gone. Medusa stands alone in the sanctuary. She looks down at her bronze hands. She looks at her reflection in the polished marble floor. A quick glance, because even her own reflection is dangerous now, capable of turning her to stone if she stares too long. She sees what she has become. She sees the monster. And she understands, with a clarity that burns like acid, that she has been betrayed by everyone she ever trusted. The sea gave her birth, but offered no love. The surface offered her hope, but destroyed it. The goddess offered her protection, but delivered damnation. There is no one left to believe in. There is nowhere left to go. There is nothing left to be except what they have made her. She walks out of the sanctuary. The priestesses scatter before her, screaming, covering their eyes, fleeing from the monster in their midst. Theano does not flee. Theano looks up, her face wet with tears, her hands trembling, her voice breaking as she speaks one last word, Medusa. Medusa pauses. She does not turn around. She cannot turn around. If she looks at Theano, Theano will die. And Medusa, despite everything, despite the curse and the betrayal and the absolute destruction of her soul, does not want to kill the only person who ever showed her kindness. Do not follow me, Medusa says. Her voice is different now, deeper, resonant, with a hiss that comes from the snakes and a rumble that comes from the deep sea. Do not look for me. Forget that I existed. Forget that you ever knew a girl who wanted to be good. She is gone. I am what remains. She spreads her golden wings. They are new, untested, but they work. They catch the air. They lift her. And she flies out of the temple, out of the city, out of the world of light and civilization and hope, toward the Western Ocean, toward the edge of the world, toward the island where monsters go to die. Theano watches her go. Theano watches until the figure is a speck, then nothing, then only the empty sky. And then Theano weeps. She weeps for the girl who was betrayed by the gods. She weeps for the devotion that was punished instead of rewarded. She weeps for the injustice that is so vast, so absolute, so woven into the fabric of the divine order, that there is no remedy for it, no appeal, no hope of reversal. She weeps because she knows she will never see Medusa again. And she weeps because she knows that Medusa will never stop suffering. The island has no name that humans use. It is called Sarpedon in some sources, Sistine in others, Libya in still others. It is located at the western edge of the known world, beyond the pillars of Heracles, beyond the stream of ocean that encircles the earth, in the realm where the sun dies each evening and where the stars are born. It is a place of perpetual twilight, of rocky shores, of caves that lead deep into the earth, of winds that carry the smell of salt and sulfur and ancient, undisturbed stone. Medusa finds it because she has nowhere else to go. She flies for days, her wings carrying her over the endless water, her body exhausted, her mind empty, her heart a burned-out cinder where love and hope and faith once lived. She does not eat. She does not drink. She does not sleep. She simply flies, driven by the need to put as much distance as possible between herself and the world that destroyed her. When she sees the island, she knows it is hers. Not because it is beautiful, it is not. Not because it is welcoming, it is not. But because it is remote. Because it is empty. Because no human will ever come here by accident. Because it is the closest thing to the abyss she left behind. A place of darkness and silence and solitude where a monster can exist without harming anyone. She lands on the rocky shore. Her wings fold against her back. She walks, stumbles, really, toward the largest cave, a black mouth in the cliff face that seems to lead down into the earth itself. The cave is damp. It smells of bat guano and mineral water and the ancient, patient rot of stone. It is not a home. It is a tomb. But it is all she has. She collapses inside. For the first time since the transformation, she allows herself to truly feel her new body. She feels the snakes on her head, each one a separate consciousness, each one hungry, each one venomous, each one hating her as much as she hates them. She feels her bronze hands, cold and heavy, incapable of the delicate work of weaving that once brought her such joy. She feels her wings, folded and cramped, aching from the long flight. She feels her face, her terrible, monstrous face, and she knows, without needing a mirror, that she is now the thing that children fear in the dark, the thing that sailors whisper about, the thing that mothers invoke to make their children behave. She weeps, but her tears are different now. They are not salt water from human eyes. They are something else, something thicker, something that burns where it touches her bronze skin. She weeps until her body cannot produce any more fluid, until she is dry as a husk, until she lies on the cave floor in a state that is not quite sleep and not quite death, a suspended animation of pure, unendurable grief. Days pass, weeks, months. Time has no meaning on the island. The sun rises and sets, but the light never fully penetrates the cave. The tides come and go, but the water never reaches her hiding place. The wind howls across the rocks, and sometimes she can hear the distant songs of whales, her mother's children, her cousins, her kin, but they are too far away to reach her, and she is too broken to answer. She learns to survive. She learns to hunt, not with her hands, which are too clumsy now, but with her gaze. She discovers that the small animals of the island, the lizards and birds and rodents that venture near her cave, turn to stone when she looks at them. She discovers that she can eat the stone creatures, that her new body can digest the mineral flesh, that she does not need ordinary food to survive. She discovers that she can drink the mineral water that drips from the cave ceiling, that it tastes of iron and sulfur and the deep earth, that it sustains her in ways that fresh water never did. She discovers that she is alone, completely, totally, irrevocably alone. And she discovers that loneliness is a kind of death that does not end. But she is not entirely alone. Her sisters find her. Stheno and Euryale arrive on the island not long after Medusa settles in. They come not because they were invited, but because they are family, because they are Gorgons, because the bond between them is older than Medusa's devotion to Athena, older than her hope for humanity, older than her desire to be something other than what she was born. They come because she is their sister, and she is suffering, and even monsters have love. Stheno enters the cave first. She is magnificent in her terror, larger than Medusa, more powerful, her snake hair thicker and more venomous, her bronze hands bigger, her golden wings spanning the entire cave mouth. She looks at Medusa with eyes that do not turn to stone. The Gorgons are immune to each other's gazes, and her expression is not pity. Stheno does not pity. Stheno rages. Who did this? Stheno's voice is the sound of tectonic plates grinding together, of underwater volcanoes erupting, of the earth itself tearing open. Who dared to touch my sister? Who dared to transform a child of Phorcys? Who dared to claim authority over blood older than Olympus? Medusa does not answer. She cannot answer. She is curled on the cave floor, her wings wrapped around herself like a dying bat, her snake hair lying limp and listless, her bronze hands clutching her knees. She has not spoken since she arrived. She has not eaten properly. She has been existing in a state between life and death, waiting for one or the other to finally claim her. Euryale enters behind Stheno. She is smaller than Stheno, though still massive compared to any human, and her movements are slower, more fluid, more like the swaying of kelp in a current than the aggressive power of her elder sister. She looks at Medusa, and where Stheno's face holds fury, Euryale's holds an infinite, oceanic sorrow. "Oh, little one," Euryale whispers. She moves forward, her wings folding tight, her snake hair hissing softly in a rhythm that sounds almost like a lullaby. "Oh, my little sister, what have they done to you?" She reaches out. Her bronze hand, cold, heavy, inhuman, touches Medusa's shoulder, and Medusa flinches. She flinches so violently that she scrambles backward, pressing herself against the cave wall, her eyes wide with terror, her breath coming in ragged gasps. "Do not touch me," Medusa hisses. The voice that comes from her is not the voice she remembers. It is layered, serpentine, carrying harmonics that make the cave walls vibrate. "Do not come near me. I am cursed. I am poison. I will kill you." "You cannot kill us," Stheno says. She steps forward, her massive form blocking the cave entrance, casting the space into deeper shadow. "We are immortal. We are Gorgons. Your gaze is our gaze. Your blood is our blood. You cannot harm us, Medusa, and we will not abandon you." Medusa stares at her sisters. She has not seen them since she left the sea. She has not thought of them since she devoted herself to Athena. She has spent years trying to forget that she was ever a creature of the abyss, trying to erase the memory of her mother's coils and her father's glowing eyes. And now here they are, the sisters she abandoned, the family she rejected, the monsters she tried to rise above. And they are the only ones who came. "I am not your sister anymore," Medusa says. Her voice breaks. The serpentine harmonics crack, revealing the human grief beneath. "I chose the surface. I chose the gods. I chose to be human. And look where it brought me. Look what I have become." "You became what they made you," Euryale says. She sits down on the cave floor, her weight settling with a sound like boulders shifting. "You did not choose this face. You did not choose these snakes. You did not choose this curse. The Olympian did this. The virgin goddess who pretends to wisdom but knows nothing of loyalty. She did this, not you. She said I was always a monster," Medusa whispers. "She said my devotion was pretense. She said my purity was a mask. She said I belonged to the sea, to chaos, to the abyss. She said Poseidon only claimed what was already his. Athena is a liar, Stheno growls. She paces in the cave, her claws scoring the stone floor, her wings brushing the ceiling. Athena is a usurper. Her father Zeus killed the old gods. He killed his own father. He imprisoned the Titans. He claimed dominion over a world that was never his. And Athena, his favorite daughter, born from his skull, wearing his arrogance like armor, she continues the conquest. She calls us monsters because we are older than her. She calls us chaotic because we do not bow to her order. She calls you a pretender because you dared to dream of being something she could not control. But was she wrong? Medusa asks. The question is barely audible, but it fills the cave like smoke. Was she wrong about me? I did turn men to stone, even before the curse, even in the temple. Men looked at me and they froze. Not literally, not yet, but they stopped thinking. They stopped being human. They became statues of desire. I told myself it was their fault. I told myself I was innocent. But maybe I was always dangerous. Maybe I was always a weapon. Maybe Athena only made visible what was already true. Euryale moves closer. She does not touch Medusa again. She has learned that touch is still too much. But she sits near her, close enough that Medusa can feel the cold radiating from her sister's bronze skin. You are dangerous, Euryale says. We are all dangerous. The sea is dangerous. The storm is dangerous. The earthquake is dangerous. But danger is not evil, little sister. A cliff is dangerous to the man who walks off it, but the cliff is not evil. A serpent is dangerous to the mouse, but the serpent is not evil. You are beautiful. Beauty is dangerous. It stops hearts. It freezes minds. It turns men into fools. But your beauty was not a crime. Your face was not a weapon until Athena made it one. And now it is, Medusa says. She looks at her bronze hands. Now it is a weapon I cannot put down. I look at a bird and it becomes stone. I look at a lizard and it becomes marble. I have not dared to look at my own reflection for fear of turning myself to stone. I am a walking death sentence. I am a plague in a single body. I cannot go near humans. I cannot go near animals. I cannot even look at the stars without wondering if my gaze reaches that far, if I am turning distant worlds to stone with every glance. Then you will learn control, Stheno says. Her voice is firm, absolute, the voice of an elder sister who will not accept despair. You will learn to close your eyes. You will learn to navigate by sound, by smell, by the vibrations in the earth. You will learn to hunt without looking, to eat without seeing, to exist in darkness as our kind has always existed. You are not the first Gorgon to be cursed with unwanted power. Our mother Ceto could not look upon any living thing without swallowing it whole. She learned to close her jaws. You will learn to close your eyes. And then what? Medusa asks. I live in this cave forever? I hide from the world? I become a story that sailors tell to frighten each other? Beware the western island. Beware the Gorgon. Beware the woman who used to be human. Is that my life now? Is that the reward for my devotion, my purity, my faith? Eternal hiding in a hole. It is life, Euryale says softly. It is not the life you wanted. It is not the life you deserved. But it is life. And as long as you breathe, there is possibility. As long as you exist, there is hope. Even in darkness. Even in exile. Even in monstrosity. We are here, Medusa. We are here. And we will not leave. Medusa looks at her sisters, really looks at them, using her peripheral vision, the only safe way to see anything now. She sees Stheno's terrible strength, her unbreakable will, her absolute refusal to be defeated by anything the Olympians do. She sees Euryale's infinite patience, her oceanic compassion, her willingness to sit in silence for eternity if that is what her sister needs. And she sees, for the first time, that she has been wrong about them. She has been wrong about everything. She thought they were monsters because they looked like monsters. She thought she was better than them because she wanted to be human. She thought the surface world was good and the abyss was evil, that Athena was justice and her parents were chaos, that devotion to the gods would save her from the darkness of her blood. She was wrong. The gods are not good. The surface is not kind. And her sisters, these terrifying, ancient, immortal creatures, they are the only ones who ever loved her without demanding anything in return. I am sorry, Medusa says. The words tear her throat. I am sorry that I left you. I am sorry that I rejected you. I am sorry that I thought I could be better than my blood. I am sorry that I thought being human meant being good. Stheno kneels. It is a massive gesture, a tectonic shift of muscle and bone. And when her bronze knees hit the cave floor, the impact sends dust rising in clouds. She reaches out with one huge hand and places it on Medusa's head, careful to avoid the snakes, careful to touch only the crown where the serpents emerge from her scalp. You are our blood, Stheno says. You are our sister. You are a daughter of Phorcys and Ceto, a child of the primordial sea, a being older than the Olympians' petty civilization. You do not need to be human to be good. You do not need to be pure to be worthy. You do not need Athena's approval to exist. You are Medusa. You are the youngest and the mortal and the most beloved. And we will teach you how to survive. Medusa closes her eyes. For the first time since the curse, she allows herself to be held. Stheno's massive arms wrap around her, enclosing her in a fortress of bronze and scale. Euryale presses against her other side. Her softer form a cushion against the world. The three Gorgons sit together in the dark cave, surrounded by stone and silence and the distant sound of the sea. And for a moment, just a moment, Medusa feels safe. It is an illusion. She knows it is an illusion. She knows that safety is temporary, that the gods are patient, that Athena's curse was not merely punitive but prophetic. The goddess said that Medusa would die. She said that a hero would come. She said that Medusa's head would become a weapon for the Olympians. And Athena's words are not empty threats. They are fate itself, woven into the fabric of the world by a power that Medusa cannot challenge. But for now, in this cave, with her sisters, Medusa allows herself the luxury of hope. Not the bright, burning hope of the girl who climbed the hill to Athena's temple. That hope is dead, killed by betrayal and transformed into something harder, something darker. This is a smaller hope, a quieter hope, the hope of survival, the hope of sisterhood, the hope that even a monster can find a place to belong. She sleeps. She sleeps for the first time in weeks, truly sleeps, her head resting on Stheno's shoulder, her hand clasped in Euryale's, her snake hair finally still, the serpents coiled and dreaming. And in her dreams, she is not cursed. She is not monstrous. She is simply a girl walking on a beach, feeling the sun on her face, hearing the laughter of people who do not fear her, living a life that was stolen from her before she ever had a chance to live it. She wakes to the sound of screaming. It is not her own screaming. It is the screaming of a man. The man is young. He is brave. He is foolish. He is all the things that young men are when they hear stories of monsters and believe that they are the exception, the hero, the one who will succeed where all others have failed. He has sailed to the western island in a small boat, armed with a sword he barely knows how to use, carrying a shield that is more rust than bronze, driven by a hunger for glory that outweighs his sense of self-preservation. He has heard the stories. Every Greek has heard the stories. The Gorgons live at the edge of the world. They have snakes for hair. They have tusks like boars. They have bronze hands and golden wings. They turn men to stone with a single glance. And their heads are the ultimate prize. To kill a Gorgon is to become immortal in memory. To bring back her head is to be remembered for 10,000 years. This young man, his name does not matter. He will not live long enough to earn a place in memory. He believes he can do it. He believes that the gods favor him. He believes that his youth and his strength and his desperate, burning need to be someone will protect him from the reality of what he is facing. He is wrong. Medusa hears him before she sees him. She hears his boat scraping against the rocks. She hears his footsteps crunching on the shale beach. She hears his breathing, ragged and fast, adrenaline and terror warring in his chest. She hears the whispered prayer he offers to Athena. Athena, the same goddess who cursed her, begging for protection, for guidance, for victory. She does not move from her place in the cave. She has learned, in the months since her sisters arrived, to remain still when humans approach. Stheno and Euryale have taught her. They have taught her that most humans who come to the island are not worth killing. They are not threats. They are distractions. They are insects buzzing around the face of eternity. The best response is no response. Wait in the dark. Let them explore. Let them find the stone statues of previous fools. Let them understand, if they have any sense at all, that they are outmatched. And if they do not understand, if they persist, if they climb toward the cave, if they draw their weapons and shout their challenges, then, and only then, does the Gorgon open her eyes. But this young man does not have sense. He has stories. He has dreams. He has the absolute, unshakable confidence of someone who has never truly faced death. He climbs the cliff. He enters the cave. He draws his sword. He shouts his challenge into the darkness. Gorgon, he screams. His voice cracks. He is trying to sound brave. He sounds like a child playing at war. Show yourself. Face me. I am not afraid of you. Medusa sits in the deepest shadow, her eyes closed, her breathing slow. Stheno and Euryale are hunting in the ocean, diving for whales, leaving her alone as they often do during the day. She is by herself. She is vulnerable, and she is being challenged by a boy with a rusty sword and a death wish. I know you are here, the young man continues. He steps deeper into the cave. His eyes are adjusting to the darkness, but not enough. He cannot see her yet. He can only smell her, the mineral scent of her bronze skin, the musk of her serpent hair, the faint, sweet odor of the mineral water that sustains her. I can smell you. I can hear you breathing. Come out and face me like a warrior. Do not hide in the dark like a coward. Medusa does not respond. She has learned that silence is her greatest weapon. She has learned that the fear of the unknown is more powerful than any terror she could actively inspire. She sits perfectly still, her wings folded, her hands resting on her knees, her snake hair motionless, and she waits. The young man takes another step, and another. He is close now, close enough that she can smell the sweat on his skin, the salt from his voyage, the wine on his breath. Close enough that she can hear his heart hammering, a frantic drumbeat that betrays his fear despite his brave words. Close enough that she can feel the heat radiating from his body, the warmth of life, the warmth she will never know again. I will kill you, he says. But his voice is smaller now. The darkness is pressing in on him. The silence is eating his courage. He is beginning to realize that he has made a mistake. He is beginning to understand that the stories did not capture the reality, that the monster in the cave is not a beast to be slain but a presence, a weight, a terror that fills the space like water fills a sinking ship. He takes one more step. His foot kicks something. He looks down, and in the dim light filtering from the cave mouth, he sees what he has kicked. It is a hand. A stone hand, perfectly preserved, perfectly detailed, fingers slightly curled, reaching toward the darkness. The hand of a man who came before him. The hand of a man who made the same mistake. The hand of a man who is now part of the cave itself, forever frozen in his final gesture. The young man screams. He stumbles backward. His sword clatters against the stone floor. He turns to run, and in his panic, in his desperate, flailing attempt to escape, he looks back. He looks directly into the darkness where Medusa sits, and his eyes meet hers. He does not even have time to scream again. The transformation is instantaneous. One moment, he is a living boy, warm and terrified, and full of wasted potential. The next moment, he is stone. His mouth is open in a silent scream. His hands are raised in a futile attempt to shield his face. His body is caught mid-stride, one foot lifted, frozen in the act of fleeing. He becomes a statue. He becomes part of the cave. He becomes another monument to the folly of men who believe they can conquer what they do not understand. Medusa opens her eyes fully for the first time since he entered. She looks at the statue. She looks at what she has done, and she feels nothing. Not guilt, not satisfaction, not horror, not pleasure, nothing. She has passed beyond the point where killing affects her. She has become what Athena intended, a death machine, a living weapon, a creature for whom the transformation of flesh into stone is as natural as breathing. But then something shifts. A memory surfaces. The memory of the fisherman who showed her kindness on the beach, the old man who wrapped her in his net and built her a fire. The memory of Theano, who held her hand and sang her lullabies. The memory of herself, the girl who wept because she could not bear to see suffering, who collected the bones of drowned sailors not to devour them, but to mourn them. She looks at the statue of the young man, and she weeps. The tears come slowly at first, then faster, then in a flood that she cannot control. She weeps for the boy who wanted to be a hero. She weeps for the life she took. She weeps for the life she lost. She weeps because she has become exactly what Athena said she was. A monster who kills without remorse. A danger to everything living. A creature who turns beauty into stone and hope into silence. "I am sorry," she whispers to the statue. "I am sorry that you came here. I am sorry that you believed the stories. I am sorry that I could not look away in time. I am sorry that I am what I am." The statue does not answer. It will never answer. It will stand in her cave for centuries, accumulating dust, becoming part of the landscape, a warning to anyone who ventures this far west. And Medusa will look at it every day. She will look at it and remember that she was not always a killer. She will look at it and remember that she once had a choice. She will look at it and remember that the gods took that choice away from her. When Stheno and Euryale return from their hunt, they find her sitting in the dark, staring at the new statue, her face wet with tears that burn tracks through the dust on her cheeks. "Another one?" Stheno asks. She examines the statue with a critical eye, as an artist might examine a sculpture. He was poorly made, bad posture, weak jaw. He would not have lasted long in any case. "Do not mock him," Medusa says. Her voice is flat, exhausted. "He was alive. He had a mother. He had dreams. And I ended him because he looked at me." "He ended himself," Euryale says gently. She sits beside Medusa, careful not to block her view of the statue. "He came here. He challenged you. He looked when he should have run. You did not seek him out, little sister. You did not lure him. You did not deceive him. He came to kill you. You defended yourself." "Did I?" Medusa asks. "Did I defend myself? Or did I simply exist? He did not attack me. He did not strike a blow. He looked at me. That was his crime. He looked at me, and I killed him for it. Is that defense? Is that justice? Or is that simply the nature of my curse? To kill anyone who sees me, regardless of their intent, regardless of their threat, regardless of whether they deserve to die." Her sisters do not answer. They have no answer. They are immortal Gorgons. They have never questioned the morality of their existence. They kill because that is what they are. They do not weep for their victims. They do not mourn the sailors they drown or the warriors they petrify. But Medusa is different. Medusa was human once. Medusa wanted to be good, and the conflict between what she was and what she has become is tearing her apart. More men come. Over the months and years, they come in a steady stream. Some come alone, like the first boy. Some come in groups, bands of warriors seeking glory, mercenaries seeking profit, fools seeking death. They come with swords and spears and shields. They come with nets and ropes and traps. They come with fire and poison and every weapon that human ingenuity can devise. They all die. Medusa does not kill them all. Some die before they reach her cave. Stheno and Euryale hunt them on the beaches, in the shallows, on the rocky slopes of the island. The immortal sisters are less merciful than Medusa. They see these intruders as vermin, as pests, as insults to their sovereignty. They kill efficiently, joyfully, artistically. Stheno tears men apart with her bronze hands, her strength so immense that she can rip a human body in half as easily as a child rips paper. Euryale drowns them in the surf, holding them under with her serpentine lower body, watching the bubbles rise until they stop, then arranging the bodies in patterns on the shore, creating macabre sculptures that please her strange aesthetic sense. But some reach Medusa. Some find their way into her cave, drawn by the stories, driven by the belief that they are special, that they are chosen, that the gods have ordained their victory. And Medusa kills them. She does not want to. She tries not to. She hides in the deepest shadows. She closes her eyes. She covers her face with her wings. She does everything she can to avoid meeting their gaze. But they persist. They climb toward her. They shout their challenges. They grab her, strike her, try to drag her into the light where they can see her face and claim their prize. And when they touch her, when they threaten her, when they give her no choice, her eyes open. Her gaze meets theirs, and they become stone. The cave fills with statues. Dozens at first, then scores, then hundreds. The stone garden grows, spreading from the inner chamber toward the entrance, filling the space with frozen figures in every imaginable pose. Some are warriors, swords raised, muscles tensed, caught in the act of striking. Some are poets, lyres in hand, mouths open in songs that will never finish. Some are lovers, come to rescue imaginary maidens, their faces twisted with romantic delusion. Some are simply the desperate, the poor, the starving, who have heard that Gorgon heads sell for fortunes and have risked everything for one chance at wealth. They all stand now. They all stare with stone eyes at the darkness where Medusa hides. They are her unwitting congregation, her silent jury, her eternal witnesses. They are the proof of her curse, the evidence of her monstrosity, the monument to Athena's justice. And Medusa tends them. This is the strangest thing. She tends them. She cleans the dust from their faces. She repairs the cracks that form in their stone skin. She arranges them in rows, in circles, in patterns that make the cave look less like a tomb and more like a museum. She talks to them. She tells them her story. She confesses her sins to their frozen ears. She asks their forgiveness for killing them. She begs them to understand that she did not choose this, that she never wanted to be a killer, that she is as much a victim as they are. You were brave, she tells a young warrior whose stone face is frozen in a snarl of determination. You were strong. You came further than most. I am sorry that your courage led you here. I am sorry that the world told you courage was enough. It is not. Courage is not enough against the gods. Courage is not enough against fate. Courage is not enough against a woman who only wants to be left alone. You were foolish, she tells an old man whose stone hands still clutch a bag of coins. You thought you could buy your way out of poverty with my head. You thought the rich would pay for my death. You were right. They would. But you underestimated the cost. The cost is everything. The cost is your life. The cost is your soul. The cost is standing in this cave forever, listening to a monster apologize for being monstrous. You were innocent, she tells a boy who looks no older than 14, his stone face smooth and unlined, his stone eyes wide with wonder rather than fear. You did not come for glory or gold. You came because you heard I was beautiful. You came because you wanted to see the woman whose face launched 1,000 ships. No, that was another story, but you did not know the difference. You came because you were lonely, and you thought a monster might understand loneliness. And you were right. I do understand. I understand better than you can imagine. But understanding does not stop the curse. Loneliness does not stop the curse. Love does not stop the curse. Nothing stops the curse except death. And I am not yet dead. The stone garden becomes her world. She knows every face. She knows every name. The names they shouted as they entered, the names they carved into their shields, the names they whispered in their final prayers. She knows their stories. She knows their mothers' names. She knows the cities they came from, the wars they fought, the loves they left behind. She knows them better than anyone ever knew them in life. Because in death, they are hers. They are her responsibility. They are her burden. And the burden grows heavier with each passing year. Time moves differently for monsters. It moves differently for the immortal and the cursed. Medusa does not age in the way that humans age. Her body does not wrinkle. Her hair does not gray. Her bones do not weaken. But she changes. She changes in ways that are deeper than physical. The first change is in her eyes. Not their appearance. They remain the same terrible, glowing orbs that turn flesh to stone, but in what they see. In the early years of her exile, Medusa saw the world as a human would. She saw colors and shapes and distances. She saw beauty in the sunset over the Western Ocean. She saw terror in the storms that crashed against her island. She saw her sisters as family and her cave as prison and her stone victims as tragedies. But as the decades pass, her vision shifts. She begins to see patterns. She begins to see connections. She begins to see the threads of fate that bind every living thing to every other living thing. The invisible webs of causality that stretch from Olympus to the deepest trench of the sea. She sees that the young man who challenged her was not acting alone. He was the product of his father's pride, his mother's fear, his city's hunger for heroes, his culture's worship of violence. She sees that every statue in her cave is not an individual tragedy, but a node in a vast network of human folly, divine cruelty, and cosmic indifference. She begins to understand Athena's curse in a new way. It is not merely punishment. It is a lens. It is a way of seeing the world that strips away illusion and reveals the underlying structure of reality. When Medusa looks at a living thing, she does not just see its body. She sees its essence. She sees the moment of its death encoded in the moment of its birth. She sees the choices that led it to her, the decisions that shaped its character, the flaws that made it vulnerable. She sees, in short, the truth. And the truth turns men to stone because the truth is unbearable. This understanding does not make her curse easier to bear. It makes it harder, because now she sees not just the bodies of her victims, but their souls. She sees the good in them, the courage, the love, the hope, mixed with the bad, the greed, the pride, the violence. She sees that most of them are not evil. They are simply human. They are simply weak. They are simply products of a world that tells them to seek glory in killing and then punishes them for believing the lie. She stops weeping for them, not because she no longer cares, but because she has no tears left. The well of her grief is dry. She has mourned too many. She has apologized too many times. She has carried too much guilt. And so she goes numb. She goes cold. She becomes, in her own estimation, exactly what Athena called her: a monster without feeling, a creature of stone who turns others to stone, a mirror that reflects the world's hardness back upon itself. But numbness is not peace. Numbness is a fortress built around a wound that never heals. And the wound festers. It festers in her dreams. It festers in the long hours of darkness when her sisters sleep and she sits alone among her statues. It festers in the moments when she remembers what it felt like to be touched gently, to be spoken to kindly, to be seen as a person rather than a threat. She dreams of Athena, not the terrible manifestation that cursed her, but the goddess as Medusa once believed her to be: wise, just, protective, the patron of those who choose intellect over instinct, order over chaos, civilization over savagery. In these dreams, Medusa stands before the statue again, but this time the goddess speaks softly. This time the goddess apologizes. This time the goddess says, "I was wrong. You were faithful. You were pure. You did not deserve what I did to you. Let me undo it. Let me make you whole again." And Medusa wakes from these dreams with her heart pounding, her snake hair hissing in agitation, her bronze hands clutching the stone floor of her cave, because she knows they are dreams. She knows Athena does not apologize. She knows the gods do not undo their curses. She knows that the only way out of her existence is through the sword of the hero that Athena promised would come. She begins to wait for him, not with fear, not with hope, but with a kind of terrible resignation. She knows he is coming. She has known since the moment of her transformation. Athena's words were not merely a threat. They were a prophecy. They were a promise. And the gods keep their promises, even when those promises are sentences of death. She imagines him. She imagines the hero who will finally end her. She imagines him young and strong and beautiful, armed with divine weapons, guided by divine wisdom, protected by divine favor. She imagines him brave and noble and utterly convinced of his righteousness. She imagines him looking at her not with desire, like the men who came before, but with duty, with the cold, clean certainty of someone who knows that he is doing the God's will. And she imagines, in her darkest moments, that she will welcome him, that she will open her eyes and look at him and let him see her, truly see her, even if it means her death. Because death, at least, would be an end. Death would be a release. Death would be the only mercy that the gods have never offered her. But she also imagines fighting. She imagines closing her eyes and listening for his footsteps and striking out with her bronze hands, with her serpent hair, with every weapon that her curse has given her. Because she is still Medusa. She is still a daughter of the deep sea. She is still a creature who fought to live, who climbed from the abyss to the surface, who survived the assault of a god and the betrayal of a goddess and the endless, grinding isolation of her exile. She does not want to die. Some deep, ancient, primordial part of her, the part that is Phorcys' daughter, the part that is older than human civilization, the part that does not know the meaning of surrender, that part wants to live, wants to fight, wants to survive. She is torn between these two impulses, the desire for death as release and the desire for life as defiance. She does not know which will win when the moment comes. She does not know whether she will open her arms to the hero's sword or close them around his throat. She only knows that the waiting is its own form of torture, that every day without his arrival is both a reprieve and a deepening of her dread. Her sisters notice the change in her. Stheno becomes more protective, more aggressive, more determined to guard the island against any intruder who might hasten the prophecy. She patrols the shores with a ferocity that terrifies even the sea birds. She destroys any boat that comes within sight of the island. She tears apart any creature, bird, fish, or human, that ventures too close to their territory. She is building a fortress of corpses around her sister, a wall of death that she hopes will keep fate at bay. Euryale becomes softer. She spends more time in the cave with Medusa. She sings the old songs, not the battle hymns of their kind, but the lullabies of the deep, the wordless melodies that Cetos sang to them when they were young. She brings Medusa gifts, shells that sing with the memory of the ocean, pearls that glow with bioluminescent light, strange fish that can survive in the cave's mineral pools. She tries to remind Medusa of the beauty that still exists in the world, the beauty that Athena's curse cannot reach. "You are more than your death," Euryale tells her one night, as they sit together watching the moon rise over the western ocean. The moon is full, casting a silver path across the water that seems to lead to another world. "You are more than the prophecy. You are Medusa. You are my sister. You are a child of wonder. Do not let Athena reduce you to a head on a shield." "But that is what I am," Medusa replies. Her voice is distant, almost dreamy. She has not slept in days. She has been sitting in the same position for hours, staring at the moon with her peripheral vision, afraid to look directly at anything. That is what she made me. A weapon, a trophy, a story that heroes tell to make themselves feel brave. I am not a person anymore. I am a target. I am a prize. I am the monster that must be slain so that the hero can become a hero. "Then be a monster," Stheno says. She has entered the cave silently, her massive form blocking the moonlight. "Be the worst monster the world has ever seen. Be so terrible that no hero dares approach you. Be so dangerous that the gods themselves regret what they made. If they want you to be a villain, be the greatest villain in history. Make them fear you more than they fear each other. Make your death so costly that they never dare create another Medusa." Medusa looks at her sisters. She looks at these terrible, beautiful, immortal creatures who love her without condition, who have never asked her to be anything other than what she is, who have stood by her through decades of exile and despair. And she feels, for the first time in years, something other than numbness. She feels gratitude. She feels love. She feels the terrible, burning determination to survive, not for herself, but for them, because they have invested their eternity in her brief, mortal life, because they have chosen to share her darkness rather than bask in their own immortality, because they are family, and family is the only thing that has never betrayed her. "I will try," she says, and the words are small, but they carry the weight of a decision. "I will try to be terrible. I will try to survive. I will try to make them regret what they did to me. But I cannot promise. I am tired, my sisters. I am so tired. And the hero is coming. I can feel him. He is not here yet, but he is coming. And when he arrives, I do not know if I will have the strength to fight." "He will not arrive tomorrow," Euryale says. She puts her arm around Medusa's shoulders. "He will not arrive next year. The prophecy does not hurry. The gods are patient. We have time, little sister. We have time to make you strong again. We have time to remind you who you are. We have time to turn you from a victim into a warrior." But they do not have as much time as they think. Because far to the east, in a kingdom called Argos, a king is hearing a prophecy of his own. And that prophecy will set in motion the chain of events that will bring the hero to Medusa's shore. Acrisius is old. He is afraid. And he is about to make a mistake that will echo through 3,000 years of mythology. He is the king of Argos, a city in the eastern part of Greece, a place of wealth and power and ancient lineage. He has ruled well, by the standards of his time. He has kept the peace. He has honored the gods. He has built temples, and waged wars and accumulated treasure. But he has no son. He has only one child, a daughter named Danae. Danae is young. She is beautiful. She is everything a princess should be: graceful, intelligent, obedient, pious. She tends the temple of Athena in Argos. She weaves the sacred cloth. She makes the proper offerings. She has never given her father cause for concern. Until now. Acrisius goes to the oracle at Delphi. He does not go because he is curious. He goes because he is desperate. He needs to know if he will ever have a son. He needs to know if his line will continue. He needs to know if the kingdom he has built will survive his death. And the oracle, that ancient, terrifying voice that speaks from the depths of the earth, channeling the wisdom of Apollo himself, gives him an answer. But it is not the answer he wants. The oracle tells him that he will have no sons. The oracle tells him that his daughter Danae will bear a child. The oracle tells him that this child will be a boy. And the oracle tells him, in words that burn themselves into his mind like letters of fire, that this boy will grow up to kill his own grandfather. That this boy will take the throne of Argos by force. That this boy will be the instrument of Acrisius's destruction. Acrisius hears this prophecy, and his blood turns to ice. He does not question it. He does not seek a second opinion. He does not consider that oracles are often tricky, that their words have multiple meanings, that the future is not fixed but a river with many possible courses. He hears, "Your grandson will kill you," and he decides, with the absolute, unshakable certainty of a man who values his own life above all else, that the prophecy must be prevented at any cost. He returns to Argos. He locks himself in his palace. He does not eat. He does not sleep. He paces his chambers, muttering to himself, planning and discarding plans, searching for a way to defy fate. He could kill Danae. That would solve the problem. But he is not a murderer, or rather, he is not willing to be seen as a murderer. Killing his own daughter would turn his people against him. It would bring the wrath of the gods. It would stain his soul beyond redemption. He could marry her off to a distant king, send her far away where her child, if she has one, would never find him. But the prophecy does not specify where the killing will happen. Distance means nothing to fate. The grandson could return from the ends of the earth to fulfill his destiny. Acrisius knows this. He has heard too many stories of prophecies fulfilled across generations and continents. He needs a prison so secure that no man can enter. A prison so isolated that no child can be born within it. A prison so absolute that Danae's womb will remain empty forever, that the prophecy will wither and die from lack of fulfillment. He builds a tower of bronze, not a dungeon. Dungeons have doors, windows, cracks, weaknesses. He builds a tower, a single column of bronze rising in the courtyard of his palace, windowless, doorless, seamless, a cylinder of metal that gleams in the sun like a weapon pointing at the sky. Inside this tower, he places Danae. He tells her that it is for her protection. He tells her that there are dangers in the world that she cannot understand. He tells her that he loves her and that this is the only way to keep her safe. Danae believes him. At first, she is young. She trusts her father. She enters the bronze tower with nothing but her weaving and her prayers and her faith that the king knows what is best for her. She sits in the single room, surrounded by bronze walls that reflect her own face back at her 1,000 times, and she waits. She waits for her father to tell her that the danger has passed. She waits for the door to open. She waits for the sunlight that she can no longer feel directly, only see through the narrow slit at the top of the tower that serves as both window and chimney. Days pass. Weeks. Months. The door does not open. Food appears through the slit, lowered in a basket by servants who do not speak to her, who avoid her eyes, who treat her like a ghost already dead. Her father visits occasionally, standing outside the bronze walls, his voice muffled by the metal, telling her to be patient, telling her that this is temporary, telling her that he is working on a solution. But Danae is not stupid. She is a princess of Argos. She has been educated in the ways of politics and power. She knows that her father is lying. She knows that she is not protected but imprisoned. She knows that the tower is not a shield but a tomb. And she knows, with the intuition of the young and the desperate, that something is deeply, fundamentally wrong with her father's love. She weeps. She rages. She pounds her fists against the bronze walls until they bleed. She screams until her voice gives out. She prays to Athena, the same Athena who cursed Medusa, begging for rescue, for justice, for understanding. She prays to Aphrodite, goddess of love, begging for someone to see her, to want her, to save her from this metallic womb. She prays to Hera, queen of the gods, begging for mercy from the wife of Zeus who understands what it is to be trapped by a husband's jealousy. None of them answer. Or rather, they answer in ways that Danae does not expect. Zeus answers. Zeus, king of the gods, ruler of Olympus, the deity who has spent eternity pursuing mortal women, seducing them, impregnating them, and then abandoning them to the consequences of divine lust. Zeus hears Danae's prayers, or rather, he sees her. He sees her through the narrow window of her bronze prison. He sees her weeping. He sees her raging. He sees her beauty, undimmed by captivity, perhaps even enhanced by it. The way a flower trapped in a glass case becomes more precious because it cannot be touched. And he wants her. Zeus does not care about Acrisius's prophecy. Zeus does not care about Danae's suffering. Zeus does not care about the bronze tower or the king's fear or the future of Argos. Zeus cares only about desire, and Danae has become the object of his desire. He comes to her as golden rain. This is how the myth is told, how the story has been passed down through millennia. Zeus transforms himself into a shower of gold that falls through the narrow window of the bronze tower, pooling on the floor, coalescing into the shape of a man, into the shape of a god, into the shape of absolute power wearing the mask of beauty. Danae sees the gold falling, and she is terrified. She has never seen anything like it. She has heard stories of divine visitations, of gods appearing to mortals in dreams and visions, but she has never experienced one. She presses herself against the bronze wall, her heart hammering, her hands raised in a futile attempt to shield herself from the impossible. "Do not fear," Zeus says. His voice is thunder made gentle, lightning made soft, the sound of authority pretending to be kindness. "I am Zeus. I am the king of all gods. I have come because I heard your prayers. I have come to save you." "Save me," Danae whispers. She is shaking. The gold is everywhere, covering the floor, climbing the walls, filling the small space with a light that hurts her eyes. "Save me from what?" "From this prison," Zeus says. He moves toward her. His form is perfect, young, strong, beautiful in a way that no mortal man can ever be beautiful. His eyes are the color of the sky on a summer day. His hair is the color of the gold that surrounds them. His skin radiates warmth and power and the absolute certainty that everything he does is right. "From your father's fear, from your loneliness, from this bronze tomb, I can free you, Danae. I can give you everything. I can give you the world." "I do not want the world," Danae says. Her voice is small, but there is a stubbornness in it, a core of resistance that even captivity has not broken. "I want to leave this tower. I want to see the sun. I want to walk in the gardens. I want to be free." "And you shall be," Zeus says. He is close to her now, close enough that she can feel the heat radiating from his divine body, close enough that she can smell the ozone and the ambrosia and the ancient, intoxicating scent of godhood. But first, you must give me something. You must give me what your father has tried to keep from the world. You must give me yourself. Danae understands. She is young, but she is not innocent. She knows what he wants. She knows what gods demand from mortal women. She knows the stories of Europa carried off by a bull, of Leda visited by a swan, of Semele burned to ash by the glory of divine presence. She knows that saying no to Zeus is not an option. She knows that the king of gods does not accept rejection. But she also knows that saying yes will destroy her. It will destroy her reputation. It will destroy her relationship with her father. It will destroy any hope she had of a normal life, a normal marriage, a normal future. She will become another story, another cautionary tale, another victim of divine lust that the poets will sing about for centuries. Please, she whispers. It is the same word Medusa whispered to Poseidon. It is the same word that every woman has whispered to every power that has ever demanded her body. Please, I am not worthy. I am only a mortal. I am only a prisoner. I am nothing. You are everything, Zeus says. And he touches her. His hand is warm, impossibly warm, warm like sunlight on skin, warm like fire without burning. You are beautiful. You are precious. You are chosen. Do not resist me, Danae. Do not deny the king of gods. I will make you a queen. I will make you immortal in memory. I will give you a son who will be greater than any mortal king. He takes her there, in the bronze tower, surrounded by gold, while her father paces in his palace below, unaware that his attempt to prevent the prophecy has created the exact conditions for its fulfillment. Acrisius thought he could keep men away from Danae by locking her in bronze. He did not consider that gods do not need doors. He did not consider that Zeus can penetrate any prison, bypass any wall, violate any boundary that mortals construct. He thought he was outsmarting fate. He was only making fate's job easier. When Zeus leaves, he dissolves into gold and drifts out through the window like dust on the wind. Danae is alone again, but she is not the same. She is pregnant. She carries within her the child of Zeus, a demigod, a hero, a boy who will fulfill the prophecy that Acrisius spent his life trying to prevent. She does not tell her father, not at first. She hides the pregnancy for as long as she can, wrapping herself in her weaving, staying in the shadows of the tower, hoping against hope that she is wrong, that the sickness in her mornings is something else, that the swelling of her belly is a trick of the light. But pregnancy cannot be hidden forever. And when Acrisius finally sees, when he looks through the window and sees his daughter's changed body, his face goes white with horror. He knows. He knows without being told. He knows that his plan has failed. He knows that the prophecy is proceeding despite his best efforts. He knows that somewhere in Danae's womb, the instrument of his death is growing, cell by cell, day by day. He does not kill her. He cannot kill her. She is still his daughter. She is still the only child he has. And more importantly, killing a woman pregnant with a god's child would bring down a vengeance from Olympus that would make his death, by prophecy, seem merciful by comparison. He cannot kill the grandson without killing the daughter, and he cannot kill the daughter without offending Zeus. So he chooses exile. He chooses the sea. He builds a chest. A wooden chest, large enough to hold a woman and an infant, sealed with pitch and bronze, provisioned with enough food and water for a few days. He places Danae inside. He places her newborn son inside, for the child has been born in the tower, born in secret, born in the darkness of captivity, a boy with eyes that already show the spark of divine parentage. And he seals the chest and casts it into the sea. Let the gods save you if they want you. Acrisius says to the waves that swallow the chest, "Let fate find you on the water. I have done my part. I have tried to stop the prophecy. If it finds me anyway, at least I will not have killed my own blood." The chest floats. It bobs on the Mediterranean waves, tossed by storms, spun by currents, carried westward toward unknown shores. Inside, Danae holds her son. She feeds him. She sings to him. She tells him stories of the gods, of heroes, of the world he will never see if the sea claims them. She names him Perseus. The name means destroyer or avenger. She does not know why she chooses it. Perhaps Zeus whispers it in her dreams. Perhaps she simply knows, with a mother's intuition, that this boy will destroy something. Whether it will be monsters or kings or the very order of the world, she cannot say. But she names him Perseus, and she waits to die. But they do not die. The chest washes ashore on the island of Seriphos. A fisherman named Dictys finds it. He opens it. He sees the woman and the child inside, half dead from thirst and exposure, clinging to each other with a desperation that moves even his weathered heart. He takes them in. He feeds them. He shelters them. And he raises Perseus as his own. Perseus grows. He grows strong. He grows brave. He grows into a young man who does not know his divine parentage, who does not know the prophecy that haunts his grandfather, who does not know that his entire existence is a thread in the vast tapestry of fate that the gods weave and mortals suffer. He knows only that he is a fisherman's adopted son, that he is strong, that he is handsome, that he wants more from life than the small island of Seriphos can offer. And then Polydectes enters the story. Polydectes is the king of Seriphos. He is not a good man. He is ambitious, cruel, and consumed by desires that he does not bother to control. He sees Danae, still beautiful despite her years of hardship, still graceful despite her suffering, and he wants her. He wants her for his wife. He wants her for his bed. He wants her as a trophy, as a possession, as proof of his power over even the most protected women. But Danae refuses him. She has learned, from her father and from Zeus, that men who want you will take what they want regardless of your wishes. She has learned that the only protection is resistance. She locks herself in Dictys' house. She refuses to see the king. She refuses his gifts, his messengers, his threats. And Polydectes, being the kind of man who cannot accept rejection, decides to remove the obstacle. The obstacle is Perseus. Polydectes cannot simply kill Perseus. The boy is popular. He is strong. He is the son of Dictys, and Dictys is respected on the island. To kill Perseus openly would cause a revolt. So Polydectes chooses a more subtle method. He chooses to send Perseus on a quest so dangerous, so impossible, so absolutely certain to result in death that the boy will never return. And when he is gone, Danae will have no protector. She will have no choice but to accept the king's advances. He holds a banquet, a false wedding banquet, claiming that he is marrying another woman, a woman named Hippodamia, and that he expects gifts from his guests. This is the custom. When a king marries, his subjects bring offerings. But Polydectes has orchestrated this banquet specifically to trap Perseus. He knows that Perseus is proud. He knows that Perseus is poor. He knows that Perseus will be ashamed to arrive at a royal banquet without a gift worthy of a king. The guests bring horses. They bring gold. They bring ivory and silver and fine cloth. Perseus brings nothing. He stands in the hall, surrounded by wealth he cannot match, his face burning with humiliation. And Polydectes watches him with a smile that does not reach his eyes. "What gift have you brought me, Perseus?" the king asks. His voice is honey over poison. "I have brought my loyalty," Perseus says. "I have brought my service. I have brought my strength. I am a poor man, but I am willing to serve you in any way you ask. Anyway, Polydectes leans forward. The trap is set. The jaws are opening. Then bring me the head of Medusa. Bring me the head of the Gorgon who turns men to stone. Bring me that trophy, and I will consider your debt paid. Bring me that prize, and you may call yourself a hero. Bring me that head, or admit that you are nothing but a fisherman's brat who dares to stand in a king's hall. The room goes silent. The guests stop eating. They stop drinking. They look at Perseus with a mixture of pity and horror. They know what Polydectes has done. He has sentenced the boy to death. The Gorgon Medusa is not a creature that can be killed. She is a monster of legend, a being who has destroyed every warrior who ever faced her. To send a young man, untested, unarmed, unguided, against such a creature is not a quest. It is an execution. Perseus knows this. He is not stupid. He understands that the king wants him dead. He understands that the quest is impossible. But he also understands that he has no choice. If he refuses, he will be shamed before the entire island. He will be branded a coward. He will lose the respect of the people he loves. And Danae will be left without protection, vulnerable to Polydectes' lust. I will bring you the head, Perseus says. His voice is steady. His hands do not shake. He does not know how he will do it. He does not know if it can be done. But he knows that he cannot refuse. I will bring you the head of Medusa. And when I return, you will remember that a fisherman's son is worth more than all the gold in your treasury. He turns. He walks out of the hall. He walks down to the shore where Dictys' boat is moored. And he sits in the dark, staring at the water, wondering how he will cross the world to find a monster that no one has ever seen and lived to describe. He does not know that the gods are already watching him. He does not know that Athena has been waiting for this moment. He does not know that his entire life, his birth, his exile, his upbringing, his pride, his courage, his desperate need to prove himself, has been orchestrated for this single purpose. He does not know that he is not a hero choosing his quest. He is a weapon being aimed, and the target is Medusa. Perseus sits on the shore of Seriphos and prays. He does not know who to pray to. He does not know which god, if any, cares about a fisherman's son sentenced to death by a tyrant's jealousy. He prays to Zeus because Zeus is the king of gods. He prays to Athena because Athena is the goddess of wisdom and strategy. He prays to Hermes because Hermes is the messenger who travels between worlds. He prays to anyone who will listen, and someone listens. The air shimmers. The light bends. The world seems to hold its breath, and then release it in a rush of wind and scent and overwhelming presence. 3 figures stand before Perseus on the beach. They are not human. They are not mortal. They are gods, and they have come to arm him for the killing of Medusa. Athena is first. She appears not in armor, but in the white robes of a priestess, her aegis, the sacred goatskin fringed with serpents, draped over her shoulders, her helmet pushed back to reveal a face of such cold, calculating beauty that Perseus falls to his knees without thinking. She carries a shield, not her usual shield, but a polished bronze disc that gleams like a mirror, its surface so perfectly reflective that it seems to contain not metal, but liquid light. Rise, Perseus, Athena says. Her voice is the voice of strategy, of mathematics, of absolute rationality. You have prayed for help. I have answered. You seek the head of Medusa. I will show you how to take it. But you must understand, this is not merely a quest for glory. This is a divine mission. Medusa is not a random monster. She is a corruption, a pollution, a creature who was once human but chose to become something else. She must be destroyed not for your king's vanity, but for the order of the world. Perseus looks up. He does not understand. He does not know Medusa's story. He does not know that she was a priestess, that she was raped, that she was cursed by the very goddess who now stands before him offering guidance. He sees only a beautiful goddess offering him salvation, and he accepts it. I will do whatever you ask, he says. First, you must understand your enemy. Athena continues. She holds up the polished shield. Medusa's gaze turns men to stone, but a reflection is not a gaze. You will not look at her directly. You will look at her in this shield, seeing her image reversed, seeing her without being seen. You will approach her backward, walking toward her while facing away, guided by the reflection in the bronze. You will strike when she sleeps, for even monsters must rest. And you will use a sword that can sever divine flesh. She hands him the shield. It is heavy, heavier than any bronze should be, weighted with divine purpose. Perseus takes it. He looks into its surface and sees not his own face, but a vision, a brief, terrible flash of a woman with serpent hair, crouched in darkness, surrounded by stone statues. He sees her pain. He sees her loneliness. He sees, for just a moment, something that looks almost like humanity. And then the vision is gone, replaced by his own reflection, young and frightened and determined. Hermes is next. He appears as a young man, barely older than Perseus himself, wearing winged sandals that lift him slightly off the sand, carrying a caduceus, the staff entwined with serpents, that pulses with a soft, internal light. He is smiling. Hermes is always smiling. He is the god of thieves, of travelers, of boundaries and transitions. He loves quests. He loves the chaos of the road. He loves anything that disrupts the static order of things. You will need to reach the Gorgon's Island, Hermes says. His voice is light, playful, almost mocking. It is at the edge of the world, beyond the pillars of Heracles, beyond the stream of ocean. A mortal cannot walk there. A mortal cannot sail there. But a mortal can fly. He hands Perseus a pair of sandals. They are Hermes' own, or copies of them, winged, golden, crafted by Hephaestus himself. Perseus puts them on. He feels the wings stir, the leather warm against his ankles, the impossible lightness that defies gravity. He takes a step and rises 6 inches off the ground. He takes another and rises a foot. He is flying. He is actually flying. Do not get used to them, Hermes says with a laugh. You must return them when your quest is done. I do not lend my sandals to just anyone. But you have potential. You might actually survive this. And if you do, remember that Hermes helped you. Remember that the road is sacred. Remember that every journey changes the traveler more than the destination. Then comes the third gift, the darkest gift. Hades does not appear in person. The god of the underworld rarely leaves his realm, but his presence is unmistakable. The air grows cold. The light dims. The smell of the sea is replaced by the smell of earth and decay and the ancient, patient silence of the grave. A helmet materializes on the sand before Perseus. It is bronze, like Athena's shield, but its surface is dark, pitted, as if it has been buried for centuries. It is the helm of darkness, the cap of invisibility, the gift of Hades. Wear this, a voice says from nowhere and everywhere, from the depths of the earth and the depths of Perseus's own mind. And know I will see you. Not Medusa's, not her sisters, not the eye of fate itself. You will be a shadow. You will be a whisper. You will be death itself, invisible and inevitable. Perseus picks up the helmet. It is cold, so cold, cold like the grave. He puts it on, and he disappears. He looks at his hands and sees nothing. He looks at his shadow and finds it gone. He speaks and hears his own voice, but the sound seems to come from nowhere. He is invisible. He is untouchable. He is a ghost in the world of the living. He removes the helmet. The gifts are overwhelming. the shield of Athena, the sandals of Hermes, the helm of Hades. He is no longer a fisherman's son. He is an arsenal. He is a divine weapon dressed in mortal flesh. And he understands, with a clarity that frightens him, that the gods have invested too much in him for this to be a simple quest. They want Medusa dead. They want it badly enough to arm a mortal with the treasures of Olympus. And they want him to be the one who does it. Why me, he asks. It is the only question that matters. Why not a hero? Why not Heracles? Why not a god? Why send a fisherman's son to kill a monster that has destroyed armies? Athena's eyes are unreadable. Because you are the son of Zeus, she says. Because your blood is divine even if your upbringing was not. Because the prophecy demands a grandson of Acrisius, and you are that grandson. Because fate has chosen you. Perseus. Not I. Not Zeus. Not any god. Fate. And fate cannot be denied. She does not tell him the whole truth. She does not tell him that Medusa's death has been planned since the moment of her curse. She does not tell him that every statue in Medusa's cave was placed there by the design of the gods, each victim a stepping stone leading inevitably to this moment. She does not tell him that he is not a hero but an executioner, not a savior but a pawn, not a liberator but the final act of a cruelty that began long before he was born. Go west, Athena says. Find the Gree. They will tell you where Medusa hides. Then go to the Gorgon's island. Kill her while she sleeps. Take her head. Bring it back. And remember, do not look at her, not even for a moment. One glance, and you will join her stone garden. One glance, and your quest ends. One glance, and you become another monument to her curse. The gods vanish. The beach is empty. Perseus stands alone with his divine weapons, the winged sandals on his feet, the shield on his arm, the helmet in his pack. He looks west, toward the setting sun, toward the edge of the world, toward the monster he must kill to save his mother and himself. He does not want to kill her. Not yet. He does not know her. He has only seen a flash of her face in Athena's shield, a moment of pain in a vision of terror. But already, without understanding why, he feels a weight. He feels that this quest is not the glorious adventure that Polydectes intended it to be. He feels that something is wrong. Something is deeply, fundamentally wrong with the story he has been given. But he has no choice. He has the weapons. He has the divine mandate. He has the winged sandals and the invisible helmet and the shield that shows what cannot be seen directly. And he has a mother to save. He flies. The journey west is not a simple flight. The world is larger than Perseus imagined. It is vaster, wilder, more dangerous. He flies over mountains that pierce the clouds. He flies over forests where creatures older than humanity still hunt. He flies over deserts where the sand is said to be the ground bones of a race of giants killed by the gods. He flies over seas where storms rise without warning, where waterspouts twist like the fingers of angry titans, where the air itself seems to resist his passage. He wears the helmet of Hades often, not because he needs to hide from natural dangers. The storms and beasts cannot see him, but they can still strike him if he flies into them. But because the helmet brings a strange comfort. Invisibility is a kind of peace. When he is unseen, he does not have to be Perseus. He does not have to be the son of Zeus. He does not have to be the hero on a quest. He can simply be a shadow, a breath, a nothing. And in that nothingness, he finds a rest that he cannot find in the world of light and identity. But he cannot hide forever. He must find the Gree. The Gree are the sisters of the Gorgons. They are the daughters of Phorcys and Ceto, born before Stheno, Euryale, and Medusa, older and stranger and more terrible in their own way. They are three, Dano, Enio, and Pemphredo. Their names mean dread, horror, and alarm. They were born old. They have never been young. They have never been beautiful. They have always been gray, gray of hair, gray of skin, gray of tooth, and eye and nail. They are the personification of age, of decay, of the inevitable decline that awaits all living things, even the immortal. They live in a cave at the western edge of the world, not far from the Gorgon's island, but separate from it, as if the family cannot bear to be too close together. Their cave is dark, damp, filled with the smell of mold and old blood and the peculiar, sweet rot of things that have been dead for centuries but refuse to dissolve. They do not leave it. They have no need to leave it. They see everything through their shared eye. For the Gree have only one eye between them, and one tooth. This is their curse, or their nature, or their blessing. The sources do not agree. They share a single eye, passing it from one to another in a never-ending rotation. And with this eye they see not the physical world, but the truth beneath it. They see fate. They see the future. They see the threads of destiny that bind every living thing to its end. And they share a single tooth, a fong of impossible sharpness, with which they tear their food, raw meat, mostly, the flesh of creatures that wander too close to their cave. Perseus finds them by following the stench. The smell of the Gree's cave carries for miles on the western wind, a miasma of decay that makes birds fall from the sky and fish float belly up in the sea. He lands on the rocks outside their cave. He removes the helmet of Hades. He becomes visible, and he calls out, "I seek the Gree," he says. His voice echoes against the cliff face. "I seek the sisters of the Gorgons. I seek the keepers of secrets. I have questions, and I am told you have answers." Silence. Then movement. A shuffling, scraping sound from deep within the cave, like dry bones being dragged across stone. Then a voice. 3 voices speaking in unison, or perhaps one voice with 3 tones, ancient and cracked and wet with the fluid of decay. "Who calls?" the voice asks. "Who dares disturb the daughters of Phorcys? Who dares approach the Grey Ones?" "I am Perseus," he says, "son of Danae, grandson of Acrisius, son of Zeus. I have been sent by Athena to kill Medusa, and I need to know where she hides." Laughter. It is not human laughter. It is the sound of wind through a graveyard, of water dripping in an empty skull, of the earth itself chuckling at the folly of mortals. "Athena sends you," the voice says. Of course she does. The gray-eyed goddess, the wise one, the virgin who punishes the violated. She sends a boy to do what she cannot do herself. She sends a mortal to kill what she created. How efficient! How cowardly! How typical! Perseus steps forward. He can see them now, emerging from the darkness of the cave. They are worse than he imagined. They are not merely old. They are ancient. They are desiccated. Their skin hangs from their bones like wet parchment. Their hair is not gray, but the color of dust, of ash, of things that have been burned and forgotten. Their hands are claws. Their feet are twisted stumps. And their faces are holes where eyes should be, for 2 of them are always blind, waiting for their turn with the shared eye. The one in the center holds the eye now. She raises it to her face, pressing it into the empty socket with a wet, sucking sound. She looks at Perseus, and he feels, for the first time, what it is to be truly seen. The Gree's eye does not see his body. It sees his soul. It sees his fate. It sees the sword that will one day kill his grandfather. It sees the hero he will become. It sees the monster he will kill. And it sees something else, something that makes the ancient crone smile, a terrible expression of cracked lips and black gums, and the single shared tooth that protrudes like a tombstone. "You will succeed," she says. "You will kill Medusa. You will take her head. You will return in glory. But you will not be unchanged, son of Zeus." You will carry her with you. You will see her in your dreams. You will hear her in the silence. You will never be free of her, even after she is dead. That is the price of killing a creature who did not deserve to die. Perseus flinches. What do you mean, did not deserve to die? She is a monster. She turns men to stone. She is a danger to the world. Is she? The Gree passes the eye to the sister on her left, who presses it into her own socket and looks at Perseus with the same terrible, knowing gaze. Or is she a victim? Did you ask Athena why Medusa has snakes for hair? Did you ask why she lives alone on a western island? Did you ask what crime she committed to deserve her curse? No, you did not ask. You accepted the goddess's word because it was easier than questioning it. That is the luxury of heroes, Perseus. You do not have to understand the monsters you kill. You only have to kill them. I do not have time for riddles, Perseus says. But his voice is less certain now. The Gree's words have found a crack in his confidence. Tell me where she is. Tell me how to find her. That is all I ask. All you ask, the third sister says, taking the eye and looking at him. All you ask. As if the location of a creature were a simple thing, a coordinate on a map, a direction to follow. Medusa is not a place, boy. Medusa is a condition. She is the place where the world's cruelty accumulates. She is the island where the gods dump their mistakes. She is the shadow that Athena casts behind her, the part of the goddess that she cannot acknowledge. To find Medusa, you must first understand that you are not hunting a monster. You are cleaning up a god's crime. You are the mop, Perseus. You are the rag that wipes the blood from the floor. And when you are done, you will be thrown away like all the other rags. Perseus raises his sword. It is a reflex, a threat born of frustration and fear. Tell me where she is, or I will make you tell me. The Gree laugh again. It is a sound like gravel sliding into an abyss, like the last breath of a drowning man, like the earth itself giving up its dead. Threaten us, the one with the eye says. You cannot threaten what has already endured every threat the world offers. We are older than your gods, boy. We were old when Zeus was a baby hidden in a cave. We were old when the Titans ruled. We were old when your mother's mother's mother was a spark in the void. You cannot frighten us with bronze. You cannot frighten us with divine parentage. The only thing that frightens us is the truth, and you are not ready to speak it. Then tell me the way, Perseus says. He lowers the sword. He understands, with a wisdom beyond his years, that violence will not work here. The Gree are not enemies to be defeated. They are gates to be unlocked. And gates require keys, not swords. The way, the second sister says, passing the eye to the third, is through the reflection. You already have Athena's shield. You already know not to look directly. But what you do not know is that Medusa expects you. She has been waiting for you. She has been waiting since the moment Athena cursed her. She knows a hero will come. She knows he will be armed by the gods. She knows he will be young and brave and foolish enough to believe that killing her is justice. She expects me. Perseus feels a chill that has nothing to do with the western wind. How could she expect me? She does not know me. She does not know I exist. She knows the prophecy, the third sister says. Athena told her, in the moment of her curse, that a hero would come to take her head. She has lived with that knowledge for years. Decades. Longer than you have been alive, son of Zeus. She has watched the horizon. She has listened for winged footsteps. She has prepared herself for death. And that preparation makes her more dangerous than any monster who fights to live. A creature with nothing to lose is the most terrifying creature of all. Perseus absorbs this. He tries to imagine what it would be like to live under a sentence of death, to wake every morning knowing that today might be the day, to fall asleep every night wondering if the hero has landed on your shore. He tries to imagine the weight of that waiting, the erosion of hope, the slow surrender to inevitability. And for the first time, he feels something for Medusa that is not fear. It is pity, and pity is dangerous for a hero. Pity makes the sword heavy. Pity makes the hand hesitate. Pity makes the kill feel like murder. "Where is the island?" he asks again. His voice is softer now. "Please, I do not want to kill her, but I must. My mother is held by a tyrant. My life is forfeit if I return empty-handed. The gods have chosen me. I have no choice." "Choice," the first sister says, taking the eye back. "You speak of choice. Did Medusa choose to be cursed? Did Danae choose to be locked in bronze? Did your mother choose to be desired by Zeus? Do any of us choose the stories we are born into, Perseus? Or do we simply play the roles the gods assign us, dancing on strings we cannot see, believing that our struggles are our own when they are merely choreography?" "I chose to come here," Perseus says. "I chose to accept the quest. I chose to put on these sandals and take up this shield. No one forced me. Did they not?" The Gree leaned forward, their ancient faces almost touching his, the smell of their breath, old meat, old blood, old time, washing over him. "Polydectes forced you. Athena forced you. Zeus forced you, simply by begetting you, by making you a tool for his will. You think you choose, Perseus, but you are chosen. You have always been chosen. And Medusa, she was chosen too. Chosen by Poseidon. Chosen by Athena. Chosen by the very gods who now send you to finish what they started." The sisters withdraw. They huddle together, passing the eye between them in a rapid, practiced motion, whispering in a language older than Greek, older than human speech. Then they separate. The one in the center speaks. "The island is west of here, beyond the sunset, beyond the stream of ocean. It has no name that mortals can pronounce. You will know it by the statues, the stone men who line its shores, who fill its caves, who stand in silent judgment of every living thing that approaches. You will know it by the silence. No birds sing there. No waves crash. The very air is still, as if the island itself holds its breath, waiting for the end." "How do I approach?" Perseus asks. "From above," the second sister says. "The Gorgons do not look up. They have no reason to. No enemy has ever come from the sky. You will fly in wearing the helmet of Hades. You will be invisible. You will be silent. You will land in the cave where Medusa sleeps. And you will strike before she wakes. And if she wakes, then you die," the third sister says simply. "Her gaze will find you. Her sisters will find you. And you will stand on that shore forever, another statue in her garden, another monument to the folly of heroes who thought they were different." Perseus nods. He has what he needs. He turns to leave. "Wait," the first sister calls. He stops. "There is one more thing. One more secret that Athena did not tell you. When you cut off Medusa's head, her blood will not simply flow. It will birth. From her neck will spring two beings, Pegasus, the winged horse, and Chrysaor, the warrior with the golden sword. They are her children, conceived in violence, born in death, never held by the mother who gave them life. They will be your allies or your enemies, depending on how you treat them. Do not fear them. They are innocent. They are the only innocent things in this entire story." Perseus stares. "Children? Medusa has children. Every monster has children," the Grees say in unison. "Some are born from blood. Some are born from pain. Some are born from the stories told about them. Medusa's children are real, and they will outlive her. They will outlive you. They will outlive the gods themselves. That is the nature of children born from injustice. They endure." Perseus leaves the cave. He puts on the winged sandals. He puts on the helmet of Hades. He rises into the air, invisible, silent, a death that flies. He heads west, toward the sunset, toward the island of stone and silence, toward the woman who has been waiting for him longer than he has been alive. The Gree watch him go. They pass their single eye between them, sharing the vision of his flight, watching until he is a speck, then nothing, then only the empty sky. He will kill her, Dano says. He will regret it, Inio says. And she, Pemfredo says, will finally rest. The Western Ocean is not like the Eastern Sea that Perseus knows. The Mediterranean is a pond compared to this. The Western Ocean is vast, endless, a liquid desert that stretches beyond the horizon, beyond the pillars, beyond the edge of the mapped world. It is the color of slate, of lead, of old swords left to rust. The sky above it is heavy with clouds that never rain, that simply hang there like a ceiling pressed down by the weight of divine indifference. Perseus flies for days. He does not tire. The winged sandals carry him effortlessly, the divine craftsmanship of Hephaestus making light work of distance. He eats dried fish from his pack. He drinks rainwater caught in his shield. He sleeps in the air, the sandals holding him aloft even as he dreams, circling in slow spirals while his mind wanders through landscapes of fear and doubt. He dreams of Medusa, not the monster he expects, but the woman the Gree described. He dreams of her as a priestess, kneeling before a sacred fire, her hair dark and human, her face pale and beautiful, her hands folded in prayer. He dreams of Poseidon entering the temple, not as a god, but as a force, a wave of power that cannot be resisted. He dreams of the transformation, the hair becoming snakes, the skin becoming scale, the eyes becoming weapons. He dreams of her scream, and in the dream, her scream has his name in it. He wakes shaking. He tells himself it is only a dream. He tells himself that he does not know this woman, that she is a monster, that her past does not matter, that the gods have judged her and he is merely the instrument of their judgment. But the dream clings to him. It settles into his bones like cold, and he understands, with a clarity that grows with every mile, that this quest is not the adventure he imagined. It is an execution, and he is the executioner. On the third day, he sees the island. It appears first as a shadow on the water, a darkness where there should be light. Then it resolves into land, rocky, barren, a jagged tooth of stone jutting from the sea. There are no trees. There are no beaches of sand, only shores of shale and obsidian. The cliffs are sheer, rising hundreds of feet from the water, their faces carved by wind and salt into grotesque shapes that seem almost human, almost alive. And there are the statues. Perseus sees them from miles away. They line the shore like a standing army, hundreds of them, thousands perhaps, stretching from the water's edge to the cliff base. They are men, mostly warriors with raised swords, sailors with outstretched hands, hunters with drawn bows. But there are women too, and children, and creatures that are neither human nor beast. They are all stone. They are all perfect. They are all caught in the moment of their death, their faces frozen in expressions of terror, wonder, determination, despair. The stone garden. The Gree warned him of this. But seeing it is different from hearing about it. The scale of it is overwhelming. The sheer number of lives ended here, the sheer accumulation of death, the silent testimony to Medusa's power. It hits Perseus like a physical blow. He understands, looking at this army of the dead, that Medusa is not a monster hiding in a cave. She is a force of nature. She is a catastrophe. She is a walking extinction event. But he also sees something else, something that makes his heart clench. The statues are not randomly placed. They are arranged. They are positioned in rows, in circles, in patterns that suggest not chaos but care. Some have been cleaned, the dust washed from their faces, the bird droppings scrubbed from their shoulders. Some have been adorned, flowers, dried and preserved, placed in their stone hands. Some have been grouped together, a warrior and a poet standing side by side, a mother and child embraced in eternal marble, two lovers reaching toward each other across a gap that will never close. Medusa has tended them. Medusa has cared for them. Medusa has created, from the raw material of her curse, a kind of memorial, a cemetery, a museum of the lives she has ended. This is not the behavior of a mindless monster. This is the behavior of someone who grieves, someone who remembers, someone who carries the weight of every death she has caused. Perseus circles the island. He is invisible, thanks to Hades' helmet, but he is not silent. The winged sandals beat the air with a soft humming sound. He stays high, above the range of normal hearing, but he knows that the Gorgons are not normal. They may hear him. They may sense him. They may smell the divine metal of his weapons. He sees the cave. It is high in the cliff face, a black mouth that seems to absorb light rather than reflect it. He sees two shapes flying near it, massive forms with golden wings, serpent hairs streaming behind them, bronze claws catching the sun. Stheno and Euryale, the immortal sisters. They are hunting, diving into the sea, rising with whales or giant squid in their talons, tearing the prey apart in midair, showering the rocks with blood and blubber. They are magnificent. They are terrible. They are everything that Medusa was made to be, everything that Medusa tried not to be. They are monstrous and they embrace it. They kill and they feast and they exist without apology. Perseus watches them and feels a strange envy. They are free in a way that Medusa never was. They are whole in a way that Medusa was shattered. He waits. He circles for hours, invisible, patient, learning their patterns. Stheno and Euryale hunt until midday, then retire to a lower cave to sleep away the afternoon heat. They will not wake until dusk. That is his window. That is the moment when Medusa will be alone. He descends. He lands on the cliff ledge outside the upper cave. The entrance is tall enough to admit a giant, wide enough for a dragon. The air that flows from it smells of mineral water, of serpent musk, of something else, something almost human, almost like the perfume that women wear in the temples, flowers and incense, and the faint, sweet scent of skin. He steps inside. He does not remove the helmet. He does not want to be seen. Not yet. Not by anyone. Not even by the darkness itself. The cave is vast. It extends deep into the cliff, branching into chambers that seem to have been carved not by water or wind, but by intention, by design, by a creature who needed space to live and space to mourn. The walls are smooth, polished by centuries of serpentine bodies sliding against stone. The floor is covered in a layer of fine dust, disturbed only by the passage of clawed feet. And everywhere, statues. More statues than on the shore. Hundreds of them. Thousands. They fill the antechambers. They line the corridors. They stand in silent rows that lead deeper and deeper into the mountain, as if the cave itself is a throat swallowing the dead. Perseus walks among them. He cannot help but look at their faces. He sees a young man not much older than himself, frozen in a scream, his sword still sheathed, his hands raised to ward off a gaze he never saw coming. He sees an old woman, her face calm, almost peaceful, as if she welcomed the end. He sees a child, no more than 10, clutching a wooden toy, his eyes wide with the incomprehension of the young. He sees a poet with a lyre, a musician with a flute, a soldier with a spear, a priest with an olive branch. He sees every type of human that ever lived, every hope and dream and fear, preserved forever in stone. And he sees that they are all facing inward. They are all facing the same direction. They are all facing the heart of the cave, where Medusa sleeps. He follows their gaze. He walks deeper. The air grows colder. The silence grows heavier. The statues grow more numerous, more crowded, until he is walking through a forest of stone, brushing against frozen shoulders, squeezing between petrified bodies, following a path that has been worn smooth by the passage of the Gorgon herself. He hears breathing. It is not human breathing. It is too slow, too deep, too resonant. Each breath sounds like wind through a cavern, like the tide withdrawing from a shore, like the earth itself sighing in its sleep. It comes from ahead, from the deepest chamber, from the place where the statues are thickest and the darkness is most complete. He reaches the inner sanctum. It is a circular chamber, the ceiling lost in shadow above, the walls lined with more statues than he can count. In the center, on a bed of moss and sea grass and the shed skins of countless serpents, lies Medusa. Perseus stops. He does not move. He does not breathe. He looks at her through the reflection in Athena's shield, and even that indirect glimpse is enough to freeze his heart. She is not what he expected. The story said she was a monster. They said she had tusks like a boar, hands of bronze, wings of gold, a face so terrible that it stopped the heart. And she does have those things. The tusks protrude from her mouth, curving slightly, ivory against her gray-green lips. The hands are bronze, resting on her chest, the metal catching the faint light that filters from somewhere above. The wings are folded beneath her, golden feathers slightly ragged, molted in places, showing the wear of years. The snake hair spreads across the moss like a living blanket. Dozens of serpents coiled and sleeping, their scales shimmering in colors that have no name. But she is also beautiful. Not human beautiful, not the beauty of a temple priestess or a palace princess. She is beautiful the way a storm is beautiful, the way a cliff is beautiful, the way the deep sea is beautiful. Terrible and magnificent and absolutely, utterly other. Her face, even in sleep, even transformed by the curse, retains the shape of the girl she once was. The cheekbones are high and fine. The jaw is strong but elegant. The brow is broad and intelligent. And the eyes are closed. But he can see the shape of them beneath the lids, the lashes long and dark, the orbs beneath them glowing faintly even in sleep. A soft, phosphorescent light that pulses with her heartbeat. She is curled on her side, her wings wrapped around herself like a blanket, her knees drawn up, her bronze hands tucked under her chin. She looks like a child sleeping. She looks like a woman exhausted beyond endurance. She looks like someone who has finally found a moment of peace in a life that offered none. And Perseus understands, in this moment, that he cannot do it. He cannot kill her. Not like this. Not while she sleeps. Not while she dreams. Not while she lies vulnerable and unprotected, trusting in the darkness to keep her safe. This is not battle. This is not heroism. This is murder. This is the slaughter of the innocent. This is the very thing that the stories accuse her of, committed by him in the name of the gods. He lowers his sword. He stands in the darkness, invisible, and he weeps. Silent tears that no one will ever know about. Tears of shame and pity and the dawning horror of what he has become. He is not a hero. He is an assassin. He is not a savior. He is a butcher. And the gods who sent him, Athena, Hermes, Hades, they are not wise and just. They are cowards who send a boy to do their killing while they watch from Olympus, safe and untouchable and utterly indifferent to the cost. He turns to leave. He will find another way. He will return to Seriphos and face Polydectes without the head. He will die, perhaps. His mother will suffer, perhaps. But he will not commit this sin. He will not kill a sleeping woman because a goddess told him to. But as he turns, his sandal catches on a loose stone. It is a small stone, no bigger than his fist, dislodged from the cave floor by centuries of erosion. It rolls. It clicks against another stone. The sound is tiny. It is insignificant. It is the smallest sound that ever echoed in a cave. But Medusa wakes. Her eyes open. Not slowly, not groggily, but instantly, completely, a predator's reflex honed by decades of danger. The glow in her eyes flares from faint to blinding, a light that fills the chamber like a star exploding, a radiance that seems to penetrate even the helmet of Hades, even the shield of Athena, even the invisibility that should protect him. Perseus freezes. He does not look at her directly. He remembers Athena's warning, remembers the Greeks' counsel, remembers every story of men turned to stone. He looks at her reflection in his shield, and in that reflection, he sees her see him. She does not turn to stone. Of course she does not. She is invisible, but she sees the disturbance in the air. She sees the faint outline of a shape where no shape should be. She sees the reflection in his shield, a mirror image of herself that should not exist in her dark cave. And she understands, with the terrible clarity of the doomed, that the hero has come. So, she says, her voice is not human. It is layered with harmonics, with the hiss of serpents and the rumble of deep water and the music of a girl who once sang hymns in a temple. But it is also beautiful. It is the most beautiful voice Perseus has ever heard, and the saddest. You have come. I wondered when. I wondered what you would look like. I wondered if you would be brave or foolish or simply desperate. Now I see. You are all three. Perseus does not speak. He cannot speak. His throat has closed around his heart. You do not need to hide. Medusa continues. She sits up slowly, her snake hair writhing awake, her wings unfolding, her bronze hands pushing against the moss. I can smell you. Divine metal, divine leather, the sweat of a boy who has flown too far, the tears of a boy who still thinks killing is a choice. I can smell your pity, Perseus. It is the strongest thing about you, stronger than your sword, stronger than your sandals, stronger than the goddess who whispers in your ear. She stands. She is taller than he expected, taller than a human woman, though not as massive as her sisters. Her wings spread behind her, golden and tattered, and somehow more heartbreaking than terrifying. Her snake hair hisses in unison, a chorus of small voices that seem to speak a language of their own. Her eyes glow with that terrible, beautiful light, and Perseus knows that if he looks at them directly, even for an instant, he will die. How do you know my name? He manages to ask. His voice is a whisper. I know many things, Medusa says. She does not approach him. She stands in the center of her chamber, surrounded by her stone dead, and she speaks as if they are old acquaintances meeting by chance. I know that you are the son of Zeus and Danae. I know that your grandfather is Acrisius, king of Argos. I know that you were raised by a fisherman named Dictys on the island of Seriphos. I know that you were sent here by Polydectes, who wants your mother, and by Athena, who wants my head. I know that you were the sandals of Hermes, the helmet of Hades, and the shield of Athena. I know that you have been crying, and I know that you do not want to kill me. How? Perseus asks again. How do you know all this? Because you are not a killer. You are a boy who wants to be good, and the gods have given you a task that no good person can complete. Perseus lowers the shield slightly. He still does not look at her directly. He looks at her reflection, and in the reflection, he sees something that makes his breath catch. He sees tears in her eyes. The glowing, terrible eyes are wet. The monster is weeping. Why do you cry? He asks. Because you are kind, Medusa says. Because in all the dreams, in all the visions, in all the endless nights of waiting, I never imagined that my killer would weep for me. I expected a hero, a brute, a man who believes that killing monsters makes him good. But you are something else. You are a victim, like me. You are a tool, like me. You are a child of the gods who has been given a terrible purpose and told that it is virtue. And I weep because I know what will happen to you after you kill me. I know that the gods will use you up and discard you. I know that your glory will turn to ash. I know that you will spend the rest of your life trying to forget my face, and you will fail. Because I am not just a monster, Perseus. I am a mirror. And when you kill me, you will see yourself in my death. And you will never be free of what you see. Perseus's hands are shaking. The sword feels like it weighs more than the world. I do not want to kill you, he says. I came here because I had no choice. But I see you now. I see what you are. And I will not, strike down a woman who has done nothing but survive. Nothing but survive, Medusa repeats. A smile crosses her face, sad, ancient, full of a wisdom that no mortal should possess. Yes, that is all I have done. I survived the sea. I survived the gods. I survived the curse. I survived the decades of isolation and the endless parade of fools who came to test my gaze. And now I must survive you. Or rather, I must survive the choice that you think you have. What choice? You think you can choose not to kill me, Medusa says. You think you can turn around, fly back to Seriphos, face Polydectes without my head, and accept whatever consequences follow. You think this makes you noble. You think this makes you free. But you are not free, Perseus. None of us are free. If you do not kill me, Athena will send another, and another, and another, until I am dead. Because my death is not optional. It is necessary. My head must become her shield. My face must become her protection. My curse must become her weapon. This has been decided since the moment I was transformed. My death is woven into the tapestry of the world. And you are merely the thread that pulls the weave tight. I can refuse, Perseus says. But his voice is hollow. He knows she is right. You can refuse, Medusa agrees. And the next hero will not weep. The next hero will not hesitate. The next hero will strike while I sleep, as you were supposed to, and I will die without ever seeing his face, without ever speaking these words, without ever being seen as anything but a monster. Is that better, Perseus? Is it better to die at the hands of a brute who believes in his own righteousness? Or is it better to die at the hands of someone who understands that the killing is wrong, who carries the weight of it, who will remember me not as a trophy, but as a person? Perseus is weeping openly now. He does not care. He is beyond shame, beyond pride, beyond the need to appear heroic. There must be another way, he says. There must be a way to save you, to free you, to undo the curse. There is no undoing, Medusa says. Athena's curses are eternal. I know this better than anyone. I served her. I loved her. I gave her everything. And she destroyed me. She will not relent. She will not forgive. She will not undo what she has done. The only freedom I have is the freedom to choose how I die. And I choose to die seen. I choose to die known. I choose to die speaking to someone who understands that this is a tragedy, not a triumph. She steps closer. Perseus steps back. He raises the shield, keeping her reflection between them. Do not fear, she says. I will not look at you directly. I will not force you to stone. I have spent decades learning control, learning to close my eyes, learning to navigate by sound and smell. I will not kill you, Perseus. I have never wanted to kill anyone. The statues you see around us, they are my grief, not my glory. They are the weight I carry. They are the proof of my curse. And I am tired of carrying them. I am tired of surviving. I am tired of waiting for you. She stops. She is close enough that he can smell her. The mineral scent of her bronze skin, the musk of her serpent hair, the faint, sweet perfume that clings to her from some long-ago memory of temple incense. She is close enough that he can hear her breathing, slow and deep and rhythmic. She is close enough that he can see, in the reflection of his shield, the individual tears that trace paths down her scaled cheeks. "Kill me," she says. Not because Athena commands it, not because Polydectes demands it, not because fate requires it. Kill me because I ask you to. Kill me because it is the only mercy left in this story. Kill me because every day I live is another day I might accidentally turn some foolish child to stone. Another day I must tend the garden of the dead. Another day I must remember what I was and mourn what I have become. Kill me, Perseus, not as a hero, as a friend, as the only person who has ever looked at me and seen something other than a monster. Perseus falls to his knees. The sword clatters against the stone floor. The shield slips from his arm. He is visible now. The helmet of Hades has fallen askew. His face is exposed. His eyes are wet. His mouth is open in a silent scream of grief and horror and the absolute impossibility of his position. "I cannot," he whispers. "You must," Medusa says. She kneels before him. She reaches out with her bronze hand, carefully, slowly, giving him time to pull away, and she touches his cheek. Her fingers are cold. They are metal, but they are also gentle. They are the gentlest touch he has ever felt. "You must, Perseus, for both of us, because if you do not, we will both be destroyed. You will return to Seriphos without my head, and Polydectes will kill your mother, and Athena will abandon you, and you will live out your days as a failure, a coward, a boy who could not do what was necessary. And I will continue to live in this cave, growing older, growing madder, growing more dangerous, until the day comes when I cannot control my gaze anymore, and I turn the whole world to stone." Is that the future you want? Is that the story you want to tell? "No," Perseus says. "Then tell a different story," Medusa says. "Tell the story of the hero who wept. Tell the story of the monster who chose her death. Tell the story of the moment when two victims of the gods looked at each other and saw, not enemy and executioner, but two souls trapped in a narrative they did not write. Tell that story, Perseus, and make it true." She withdraws her hand. She lies back down on her bed of moss. She folds her wings around herself. She closes her eyes. And she waits. Perseus picks up his sword. His hands are steady now. The tears have stopped. Something has changed in him. Something fundamental, something irreversible. He is no longer the boy who flew from Seriphos full of pride and divine favor. He is a man who has looked into the abyss and found not a monster, but a woman. He is a killer who knows the cost of his kill. He is a hero who understands that heroism is sometimes indistinguishable from murder. He stands over her. He looks at her reflection in Athena's shield. She is peaceful. She is beautiful. She is waiting. "I am sorry," he says. And he means it. He means it more than he has ever meant anything. "I am sorry for what the gods did to you. I am sorry for what I must do. I am sorry that the world is so cruel, that justice is so rare, that the innocent suffer while the guilty reign. I am sorry that I cannot save you. I am sorry that I am not strong enough to defy them all. I am sorry that this is the only gift I can give you, an end." "Do not be sorry," Medusa whispers. Her eyes are still closed. Her voice is barely audible, a breath, a sigh, the last whisper of a dying wind. "Be true. Be kind. Remember me. And when Athena holds up my head as her shield, when she shows me to the world as her trophy, speak the truth. Tell them I was not a monster. Tell them I was a priestess. Tell them I was a daughter. Tell them I was a sister. Tell them I was a woman who wanted only to be good. And tell them that the gods destroyed me for it. That is my revenge, Perseus. Not violence, not curses, but the truth outlasting the lies, the truth surviving when the gods themselves are dust. That is the only immortality I can have. Give it to me. I will, Perseus says. I swear it. By the Styx, by my father's thunder, by my mother's tears. I will tell the truth. I will tell your story. I will make them remember you as you were, not as they made you. Then do it, Medusa says. Do it now, before I lose my courage, before I open my eyes, before I beg you to stop. Do it now, Perseus, and let me sleep. Perseus raises the sword. It is the harp, the curved blade that Hermes gave him, sharp enough to sever divine flesh, strong enough to cut through the neck of a gorgon. He looks at her reflection one last time. He sees her face, peaceful, human, almost smiling. He sees the girl she was before the curse. He sees the woman she became despite it. He sees everything. And he strikes. The blade enters her neck at the base of the skull, where the spine meets the skull, where the snake hair begins its writhing crown. It is a clean cut. Perseus has never killed before, but his hands are guided by something, by Athena's distant will, by the divine purpose of the sword, by the sheer necessity of the moment. The harp bites through scale and sinew, through bone and marrow, through the place where the mortal meets the divine. Medusa's eyes snap open. For one instant, one terrible, beautiful, eternal instant, she looks directly at Perseus. Not at his reflection, not at his shield, at him. Her gaze meets his, and he feels it. He feels the power of her eyes, the force that has turned 1,000 men to stone, the concentrated essence of her curse made manifest in a look that should kill him instantly. But it does not. Because she is already dead. Because the cut has severed the nerves that carry the curse from her brain to her eyes. Because in the final moment of her life, Medusa chooses not to kill. She looks at Perseus with something that is not a weapon but a gift, a look of gratitude, of recognition, of farewell. She looks at him as a woman looks at the one who has ended her suffering. And then the light in her eyes fades. The glow dims. The storm-gray irises go dark. And she is gone. Her head separates from her body. Blood sprays. Not red blood. Not human blood. But something else. Something golden and silver and iridescent. The blood of primordial gods. The ichor of the deep sea. The fluid that ran in the veins of Phorcys and Ceto. It sprays across the cave floor. It hits the walls. It covers Perseus in a shower of divine gore that burns where it touches his skin and freezes where it touches the air. And from the severed neck, life erupts. The Gree warned him of this. He knew it was coming, but knowing and seeing are different. From the stump of Medusa's neck, where the blood flows thickest, two beings emerge. First, a horse, but no ordinary horse. This horse is white, impossibly white. White as sea foam, white as starlight, white as the purest thing in the world. And from its shoulders sprout wings, great, sweeping wings of feathers that catch the dim cave light and seem to glow from within. Pegasus, the winged horse, born from the blood of a murdered woman, springing into existence with a scream that is part whinny and part human cry, shaking the cave, scattering dust, rising into the air on wings that have never known the ground. Perseus stumbles back, shield raised, sword dripping with divine blood. Pegasus circles the cave once, twice, 3 times, his wings beating a hurricane that sends statues toppling, that knocks Perseus to his knees, that seems to shake the entire island. The horse is magnificent. He is terrible. He is the embodiment of everything Medusa could have been if she had been allowed to fly instead of crawl, to soar instead of hide. He looks at Perseus with eyes that are not animal but almost human, eyes that seem to accuse, to mourn, to judge. And then he flies. He flies out of the cave, out of the cliff, into the western sky, rising toward the sun, becoming a white speck, then a star, then nothing. Gone. Free. The only child of Medusa who will never know his mother. But there is a second child. From the same wound, from the same blood, emerges a man, or something like a man. He is full grown, armed, armored in golden scales that seem to have formed from the ichor itself. He carries a sword, a golden sword that glows with its own light, a weapon fit for a god. His face is young but ancient, beautiful but terrible, human but something more. He is Chrysor, the warrior with the golden sword, the second child of Medusa's death. Chrysor does not fly. He stands. He looks at Perseus with eyes that are the color of his mother's, storm gray, deep, endless. He looks at the sword in Perseus's hand. He looks at the head that Perseus has caught in his other hand. Medusa's head, still dripping, still warm. The snake hair hissing weakly, the eyes still faintly glowing. The face frozen in an expression that is not pain but peace. And Chrysor speaks. "You killed her," he says. His voice is thunder and bronze, the sound of armies marching, of shields clashing, of the golden age ending. "You killed my mother. You severed her head while she slept. You took her life to win a tyrant's favor. And now you stand there, covered in her blood, holding her head, and you call yourself a hero." "I did not want to," Perseus says. His voice is broken. "She asked me to. She begged me to. She said it was the only mercy." "Mercy?" Chrysor laughs. It is not a happy sound. It is the sound of metal scraping against stone, of gates closing forever, of the moment when hope dies. Mercy is not murder. Mercy is not beheading a sleeping woman. Mercy is not taking her head to a goddess who will use it as a shield. You speak of mercy, Perseus, but you speak the language of the gods. You use pretty words to cover ugly deeds. My mother was destroyed by the gods, and you are their instrument, their knife, their willing executioner. "I loved her," Perseus says. The words surprise him. He did not know they were true until he speaks them. "I did not know her. I spoke to her for only a few minutes. But I loved her. I loved her courage. I loved her grief. I loved the way she tended her dead. I loved the way she chose her death rather than continue a life that was only suffering. And I will carry that love until I die. I will tell her story. I will speak her name. I will make the world remember that she was not a monster." Chrysor looks at him for a long time. The golden sword hangs at his side, ready but not raised. The cave is silent except for the dripping of blood and the distant sound of Pegasus's wings fading into the sky. "Words," Chrysor says finally. "Words are easy. Stories are easy. The dead do not hear the eulogies spoken over them. My mother will not know if you tell the truth or lie. She will not know if you weep or laugh. She is gone. You took her head, and now you must live with what you have done. That is your punishment, Perseus. Not my sword, not my vengeance, but the memory, the weight, the head in your bag that you must carry across the world, feeling it drip, feeling it stare, feeling it judge you every step of the way." He turns. He walks toward the cave mouth. He stops at the entrance, silhouetted against the western light. "I will not kill you," he says. "Not because you deserve to live, but because my mother's death deserves more than simple revenge. It deserves meaning. It deserves to change the world. And if you are truly the man you claim to be, the man who wept for Medusa, then perhaps you will be the one to give it meaning. Perhaps you will be the one who makes her death matter. But know this, I will be watching. I will be listening. And if you ever betray her memory, if you ever let Athena turn her into a mere trophy, a mere weapon, a mere symbol of divine power, I will find you. And I will show you what mercy truly looks like." He steps out of the cave. He spreads his arms. The golden armor catches the sun, and then he is gone, leaping from the cliff, falling toward the sea below, disappearing into the waves with a splash that sends spray rising 100 feet into the air. He will swim to distant shores. He will found kingdoms. He will become a legend in his own right. But he will never forget, and he will never forgive. Perseus is alone, alone with the body, alone with the head, alone with the blood that pools around his feet, that steams in the cold cave air, that smells of the sea and the sky and the deep places of the earth. He looks at Medusa's head. He has caught it in his free hand, instinctively, as it fell from her neck. He holds it by the snake hair, careful not to touch the skin, careful not to let the eyes face him. The snakes writhe weakly, their venom drying, their life fading. The face is still beautiful. Even in death, even separated from the body, even transformed by the curse, the face is still beautiful. The eyes are closed now. The glow has faded to embers. The tusks are hidden behind lips that seem almost to smile. He has a bag, the cabesus, given to him by the nymphs, a bag of divine craftsmanship that can contain anything, no matter how large, no matter how dangerous. He places the head inside. It fits. The bag closes, and Medusa's face disappears from the world, hidden in darkness, carried by the man who killed her. But before he leaves, he does one more thing. He turns to her body. The headless form lies on the moss, wings spread, bronze hands open, as if in surrender. He kneels beside it. He closes her hands over her chest. He folds her wings around her like a shroud. And he whispers a prayer, not to Athena, not to Zeus, not to any Olympian. He prays to the old gods, to Phorcys and Ceto, to the sea that made her, to the earth that will receive her. Take her back, he says. Take her back into the deep. Take her back into the dark. Take her back where the Olympians cannot reach her. Let her sleep. Let her rest. Let her be free. The body does not move, but the blood on the floor begins to flow, slowly, impossibly, against gravity, toward the cave mouth, toward the cliff, toward the sea, as if the ocean itself is claiming its daughter, as if the deep is calling her home. Perseus stands. He picks up his shield. He picks up his sword. He walks out of the cave, into the light, into the air, into the world that will call him a hero for what he has done. Behind him, the stone statues stand in eternal silence. They are her mourners. They are her witnesses. They are the only ones who saw what truly happened in that cave. And they will stand there, on that island, at the edge of the world, until the sea rises to claim them, until the earth shakes them to dust, until time itself forgets that they were ever men. Perseus does not linger. He knows that Stheno and Euryale will wake at dusk. He knows that they will find their sister's body. He knows that their grief will be a force of nature, a storm of rage and sorrow that will scour the island clean of anything living. He must be gone before then. He puts on the winged sandals. He puts on the helmet of Hades. He becomes invisible again. He flies out of the cave, rising above the cliff, circling high over the island. From above, it looks even more desolate, a jagged rock in an endless sea, surrounded by the white wakes of unseen currents, crowned with the dark mouth of the cave where Medusa died. He looks down once, just once, and he sees them. Stheno and Euryale are returning. They fly low over the water, their golden wings catching the afternoon sun, their serpent hair streaming behind them like banners of war. They carry a whale between them, its massive body dangling from their claws, its blood dripping a red trail across the blue. They are laughing. They are singing. They are happy, in their monstrous way, returning to their sister with food for the evening meal. Perseus watches them land on the lower cliff. He watches them drag the whale into their cave. He watches them settle in, still unaware, still innocent of the tragedy that has occurred above them. And he feels a guilt so profound that it threatens to send him spiraling into the sea. He should leave. He knows he should leave, but he cannot. He circles, invisible, watching, waiting for the moment when they discover the truth. It does not take long. Stheno is the first to emerge from the lower cave. She has sensed something, a change in the air, a silence where there should be breathing, a wrongness that even her primitive awareness cannot ignore. She climbs toward the upper cave. Riley follows. They move slowly at first, then faster, then running, their wings half spread, their claws scraping the stone, their snake hair hissing in agitation. They enter the cave. Perseus cannot see what they see, but he can hear. He can hear the scream that follows, a sound that is not human, not animal, not anything that has a name in the languages of the living. It is the sound of the earth tearing open. It is the sound of the sea boiling. It is the sound of a mortal grief, of a loss that will never end because the ones who suffer cannot die. Stheno emerges first. She is covered in Medusa's blood. She holds the body, the headless, winged, bronze-handed body of her sister, cradled in her massive arms like a mother holding a child. Her face is twisted into an expression of such absolute, total, all-consuming anguish that Perseus has to look away. He cannot bear it. He cannot bear to see what his action has caused. Riley follows. She does not carry the body. She carries nothing. She walks as if in a trance, her eyes empty, her wings dragging, her snake hair lying limp and dead against her shoulders. She looks up at the sky, directly at Perseus, though she cannot see him, and she speaks. Her voice carries across the water, across the wind, across the distance between them, and it reaches his ears as clearly as if she were whispering beside him. "I know you are there," she says. "I know you can hear me. I know you hide behind the helm of Hades, behind the favor of Athena, behind the lie that you are a hero. I know you, Perseus. I smell my sister's blood on your skin. I smell her death in the air. And I curse you, not with death. Death is too easy. I curse you with memory. I curse you with dreams. I curse you to see her face every time you close your eyes. I curse you to hear her voice in every silence. I curse you to know, until the day you die, that you killed the only good thing in our family, the only one who tried to be human, the only one who loved the gods, the only one who did not deserve what was done to her." Perseus wants to speak. He wants to explain. He wants to tell them that Medusa asked for death, that she chose it, that she begged him to end her suffering. But he knows that words are useless. He knows that Riley does not care about Medusa's choice. She cares about the result. She cares that her sister is dead. She cares that the world is now emptier by one light, one love, one soul that tried to bridge the gap between monster and human. "I curse your children," Riley continues. "I curse your children's children. I curse the line of Perseus to remember, always, that their ancestor was not a hero but a murderer, that their glory is built on the corpse of a woman who wanted only to pray, that their kingdoms, their cities, their legends, all of it is stained with her blood. And when the gods are gone, when Olympus falls, when the last temple crumbles to dust, the name of Medusa will still be spoken, and the name of Perseus will be spoken beside it, not as savior and saved, not as hero and monster, but as killer and killed, as the one who took and the one who was taken, as the tragedy that never ends." Stheno raises her head. She looks at the sky where Perseus hovers, invisible. She cannot see him, but she knows he is there. She knows it with the certainty of a mortal rage. "Run," she says. Her voice is the sound of tectonic plates, of volcanic eruptions, of the end of the world. Run, little hero. Fly back to your gods. Fly back to your mother. Fly back to your glory. But know that we are coming. We are immortal. We are eternal. And we do not forget. We will find you, Perseus. We will find you when your gods have abandoned you. We will find you when your glory has faded. We will find you when you are old and weak and alone. And on that day, we will show you what it means to lose a sister. We will show you what it means to grieve. We will show you what it means to be a monster. She spreads her wings. They are massive, blocking out the sun, casting a shadow that covers the entire island. She launches into the air. Euryale follows. They rise toward him, their claws extended, their fangs bared, their snake hair writhing in a frenzy of grief and vengeance. Perseus flies. He flies faster than he has ever flown before. The winged sandals beat the air in a blur of motion. He is invisible, but they can smell him. They can smell Medusa's blood on his skin. They can smell the death that clings to him like a shroud. They chase him across the Western Ocean, across the pillars of Heracles, across the Mediterranean toward the east. The chase lasts for hours. Stheno is faster. She gains on him, her massive wings cutting through the air like blades, her screams echoing across the water. Euryale is slower but relentless, her sorrow fueling a stamina that will not break. They are gaining. They are closing the distance. Perseus can hear their breathing behind him, can feel the wind from their wings, can smell the salt and blood and ancient musk of their bodies. He reaches the coast of Africa. He flies over the desert, hoping the heat will slow them. It does not. They are creatures of the deep. The heat does not touch them. He flies over mountains. He flies through storms. He flies until his lungs burn and his legs cramp and the winged sandals seem to slow, as if even divine craftsmanship has limits. And then he remembers the head. The cabesus hangs at his side. Medusa's head is inside it, still potent, still deadly, still capable of turning flesh to stone even in death. The Gree told him this. Athena told him this. The head retains its power. The eyes, even closed, even severed, can petrify anything that looks upon them. He reaches into the bag. His hand closes around the snake hair. It is cold. It is still. But it is also alive. Somehow, the serpents stirring at his touch, their fangs brushing his skin but not biting, as if they recognize him, as if they know what he has done and have decided to let him live. He pulls the head from the bag. He holds it behind him, facing backward toward the pursuing Gorgons. He does not look at it. He looks forward, flying blind, trusting the sandals to carry him true. He holds the head up, high, where the light can catch it, where the sisters can see it. Stheno sees it first. She is close enough to touch him, close enough to tear his wings from his back, close enough to end him. She sees the head. She sees her sister's face, pale in death, eyes closed, snake hair limp, held aloft like a lantern by the man who killed her. And she screams. It is not a scream of rage. It is a scream of grief. Pure, absolute, total grief. The sight of Medusa's severed head, the head she cradled as a baby, the head she protected as a child, the head she loved as a sister, it breaks her. It breaks something in her that has never been broken before. She stops. She hangs in the air, her wings beating but not moving forward, her massive body convulsing with sobs that shake the sky. Euryale catches up. She sees the head. She sees Stheno's grief. And she too stops. She does not scream. She does not rage. She simply looks at Perseus with eyes that contain an ocean of sorrow, a depth of pain that no mortal can comprehend. You would use her against us? Euryale says. Her voice is quiet now, exhausted. The voice of someone who has lost everything and has nothing left to fight for. You would hold up her death as a shield? You would make her a weapon even after you have killed her? Is there no end to your cruelty, Perseus? Is there no limit to what you will take from us? I do not want to use her, Perseus says. He is still flying backward, still holding the head aloft, still invisible except for the terrible trophy in his hand. I do not want to hurt you. I only want to live. I only want to return to my mother. I only want to end this quest and try to forget what I have done. Please, let me go. Let me carry her memory back to the world of the living. Let me tell her story. That is all I ask. Stheno looks at him. Her face is wet with tears that are not water, but something thicker, something that steams in the air and falls to the desert below like molten lead. She looks at the head. She looks at Perseus, and she makes a decision. Go, she says. Go, and tell your story. Tell them that Medusa was killed by a coward who hid behind divine gifts. Tell them that her sisters mourn her still. Tell them that the immortal Gorgons remember. And tell them that we are coming. Not today, not tomorrow, but we are coming. And on the day when the gods fall, when Olympus burns, when the last hero dies in his bed wondering if he was truly good, on that day, we will find you, Perseus. We will find you, and we will remind you that some debts can never be paid. She turns. She flies back toward the Western Ocean, toward the island, toward the body of her sister that lies cooling in the cave. Euryale follows. They do not look back. They become specks, then shadows, then nothing. Gone. Perseus lowers the head. He places it back in the cabesus. He flies on, alone, toward the east, toward Seriphos, toward the end of his quest. But he does not feel victorious. He does not feel heroic. He feels empty. He feels the weight of the head in his bag. He feels the curse of Euryale settling into his bones. He feels the memory of Medusa's eyes, looking at him in that final moment, not with hatred but with gratitude, not with curse but with release. He will return to Seriphos. He will use the head to turn Polydectes to stone. He will rescue his mother. He will give the head to Athena. He will be remembered as a hero. But he will never be free. He will never forget. And in his dreams, for the rest of his life, he will see her. Medusa, the priestess, the guardian, the monster who was never a monster, the woman who chose death over endless suffering, the victim of the gods who became, in her dying, more powerful than any of them. He flies toward the sunset. Behind him, the Western Ocean swallows the light. And somewhere, in a cave at the edge of the world, two immortal sisters weep over a body that will never decay, because even in death, the child of primordial gods cannot fully die. They weep, and their weeping becomes a song, and their song becomes a wind that blows across the world for 3,000 years, carrying the name of Medusa to every shore, every city, every heart that has ever known what it is to be betrayed by the ones who promised protection. Athena waits on the shore of Seriphos. She does not come to Olympus. She does not meet Perseus in a temple. She comes to the place where his quest began, standing on the same beach where Dictys found the chest, where Perseus played as a child, where the fishermen taught him to cast nets and read the weather. She comes to the mortal world because she knows that Perseus has changed, that he is no longer the eager boy who accepted her gifts, that he has seen something in Medusa's cave that has shaken his faith in the divine order. She stands in full armor, the aegis gleaming, the helmet low over her gray eyes, the spear planted in the sand beside her. She is terrible in her beauty. She is beautiful in her terror. She is everything that Medusa once worshipped and everything that Medusa learned to fear. Perseus lands before her. He removes the winged sandals. He removes the helmet of Hades. He removes the shield. He stands before her in his blood-stained clothes, his face haggard, his eyes hollow, his hands trembling. He holds the cabesus. He does not offer it. You have succeeded, Athena says. Her voice is cool, approving, the voice of a general reviewing a victorious soldier. You have killed the Gorgon. You have taken her head. You have survived the vengeance of her sisters. You have proven yourself worthy of your divine blood. You have earned your place among the heroes of Greece. I have killed a woman who begged for death, Perseus says. I have killed a priestess who was cursed by the very goddess who now praises me. I have killed someone who was good, who was pure, who was faithful, and I killed her because the gods could not be bothered to save her. Do not praise me, Athena. Do not call me worthy. I am not worthy. I am stained. I am broken, and I will never be whole again. Athena's expression does not change. She has heard such words before. She has heard them from every hero who ever killed for her, every warrior who ever looked into the eyes of his victim and saw something other than monstrosity. She has no patience for such sentiment. Sentiment is weakness. Doubt is weakness. And weakness is the one thing Athena cannot tolerate. You did not kill a woman, she says. You killed a monster. You did not murder a priestess. You executed a corruption. You did not destroy goodness. You destroyed a threat. Medusa was not good, Perseus. She was never good. She was a child of Phorcys and Ceto, born from the abyss, wearing a human mask. Her devotion was pretense. Her purity was deception. Her faith was a lie. I saw through it. I punished it. And you completed the punishment. That is not murder. That is justice. Justice. Perseus laughs. It is a broken sound, the laugh of a man who has seen too much to believe in anything. You call it justice? She was raped by Poseidon in your own temple, on your own altar, and you punished her? You transformed her into a monster. You exiled her to the edge of the world. You told her that a hero would come to kill her, and then you armed that hero and sent him to do the deed. That is not justice, Athena. That is vengeance. That is cruelty. That is the act of a goddess who cannot punish the guilty, so she punishes the innocent instead. Athena's eyes narrow. The air around her grows cold. The waves that lap at the shore freeze in place, suspended in mid-motion, turned to ice by the goddess's displeasure. Be careful, son of Zeus, she says. Her voice is low, dangerous, the voice that has commanded armies and toppled cities. You speak to the goddess of wisdom. You speak to the patron of Athens. You speak to the one who gave you the shield that saved your life. Show respect, or I will show you what true cruelty looks like. I have seen true cruelty, Perseus says. He does not flinch. He has faced Medusa's gaze. He has faced the wrath of immortal Gorgons. He has faced the horror of his own actions. Athena's threats no longer frighten him. I saw it in a cave at the edge of the world. I saw it in the eyes of a woman who had been destroyed by the god she loved. I saw it in the stone statues of men who came to kill her, who she tended and mourned after their deaths. I saw it in the way she chose to die rather than continue living under your curse. You want her head, Athena? Take it. But do not call it justice. Call it what it is, a trophy, a prize, a testament to your power over the powerless. And know that every time you look at it, every time you hold it up to frighten your enemies, you are showing the world not your strength, but your shame. The shame of what you did to her. The shame of what you made her. The shame of the god you could not punish and the girl you chose to destroy instead. He throws the cabezus at her feet. The bag lands in the sand, the head inside it heavy enough to thud like a stone. Athena looks down at it. For a moment, just a moment, something flickers in her gray eyes. Something that might be doubt. Something that might be regret. Something that might be the ghost of the wisdom she claims to possess, whispering that the boy is right, that the story is wrong, that the gods have committed a crime that no amount of glory can wash away. But it passes. Athena is a goddess. Goddesses do not doubt. Goddesses do not regret. Goddesses do not admit wrongdoing, because to admit wrongdoing is to admit fallibility, and fallibility is the one thing the Olympians cannot afford. She picks up the bag. She opens it. She looks inside at Medusa's face, pale in death, eyes closed, snake hair still, the beauty and the terror frozen in eternal stillness. She will serve me, Athena says. Her head will adorn my aegis. Her gaze will protect my city. Her face will strike fear into my enemies. Even in death, she will be useful. Even in death, she will serve the order she tried to destroy. That is the final victory, Perseus. Not the sword, not the kill, but the transformation of the rebel into the guardian. The transformation of the threat into the shield. Medusa wanted to be a protector? Fine. She will protect Athens. She will protect me. She will protect the civilization she rejected. She will become, in death, exactly what she refused to be in life, a servant of Athena. She reaches into the bag. She pulls out the head. She holds it up, not by the snake hair, but by the scalp. Her divine fingers impervious to the venom. Her divine gaze immune to the petrifying power. She lifts it high, and the light of the setting sun catches Medusa's face, illuminating it in shades of gold and bronze and blood red, making it glow like a lantern, like a star, like a divine artifact. And then Athena does something that Perseus does not expect. She weeps. It is a single tear, one drop of divine moisture that traces a path down her marble cheek, falling from her jaw, landing on Medusa's forehead, where it sizzles like water on a hot stone. One tear, then nothing. Then the mask of divine composure returns, and Athena is once again the untouchable, unshakable goddess of wisdom. But Perseus saw it. He saw the tear, and he understands, in that instant, that Athena knows. She knows what she did. She knows that Medusa was innocent. She knows that the curse was unjust, that the exile was cruel, that the prophecy of the hero was a sentence of murder passed on a victim. She knows, and she has always known, but she cannot admit it. She cannot undo it. She can only use it, weaponize it, turn the evidence of her own crime into a tool of her own power. You loved her, Perseus says. It is not a question. You loved her, didn't you? Not as a goddess loves a servant, not as a master loves a slave. You loved her as a woman loves a daughter, as a mentor loves a student, as a spirit loves the purity it sees in a mortal soul. You loved her, and when Poseidon took her, you could not bear it. Not because he violated your temple, but because he violated your Medusa, your perfect, devoted, innocent Medusa. And you punished her because you could not punish him. You punished her because seeing her reminded you of your own helplessness. You punished her because loving her made you vulnerable. And the goddess of wisdom cannot be vulnerable. Athena does not answer. She places Medusa's head on the aegis, fitting it into the center of the goat skin, among the serpents that fringe the sacred shield. The head settles into place as if it belongs there, as if it was always meant to be part of the goddess's armor. The eyes, still closed, seem to pulse with a faint light. The snake hair stirs, weakly, adapting to its new home. The face, Medusa's face, becomes the face of Athena's power, the face of divine protection, the face that turns enemies to stone before they can strike. Go, Athena says. Her voice is thick, heavy, carrying a weight that Perseus has never heard before. Go to your mother. Save her from Polydectes. Rule your kingdom. Live your life. And forget me. Forget this. Forget her. It is the only mercy I can offer you. Perseus. The mercy of forgetting. Take it. Because the alternative is to remember. And memory is a curse worse than any I ever placed on Medusa. She vanishes. Not in a flash of light, not in a thunderclap, but slowly, like mist burning off in the morning sun. She fades from sight, leaving only the aegis with Medusa's head at its center, leaving only the memory of a single divine tear, leaving only the silence of a beach where a boy became a killer and a goddess became a murderer. Perseus stands alone. He looks at the sea. He looks at the sky. He looks at the place where Athena stood, where Medusa's head was lifted up, where the sun caught the face of the dead and made it shine like a star. "I will not forget," he says. He speaks to the wind. He speaks to the waves. He speaks to the ghost of a woman who cannot hear him, but who he knows, somehow, is listening. "I will remember. I will tell your story. I will speak your name. And when the temples fall and the gods are forgotten, the world will still know that Medusa lived, that Medusa suffered, that Medusa chose, and that she was more than a monster. She was a miracle. She was a martyr. She was the best of us. And the gods destroyed her because they could not bear her goodness." He turns. He walks toward the city. He walks toward his mother. He walks toward the rest of his life, which will be long and glorious and empty, filled with victories that feel like defeats and honors that feel like insults. He will marry Andromeda. He will found Mycenae. He will be remembered as one of the greatest heroes of Greece. But he will never be happy. He will never be free. And in his old age, when he sits by the fire and tells his grandchildren stories of his adventures, he will always skip this one. He will never speak of Medusa. He will never describe the cave. He will never admit that the greatest quest of his life was also its greatest shame. Because some stories are too heavy to tell, and some memories are too precious to share. The head of Medusa does not decay. This is the nature of divine things. The body that Perseus left in the cave will remain there, uncorrupted, watched over by Stheno and Euryale, who will never leave the island, who will never stop mourning, who will sit beside their sister's corpse for eternity, singing songs that have no words, weaving patterns in the dust with their bronze claws, waiting for a justice that will never come. But the head travels. It becomes the most famous trophy in the history of the world. It becomes the symbol of Athena's power, the centerpiece of her aegis, the face that she shows to her enemies when she goes to war. When Athena strides across the battlefield, her armor gleaming, her spear raised, the head of Medusa emblazoned on her breastplate, even the bravest warriors flee. They do not see a goddess. They see the face of death itself. They see the monster. They see the warning. And they do not see the woman. They do not see the priestess. They do not see the girl who climbed from the sea wanting only to be good. They see what Athena wants them to see: the Gorgon, the petrifying gaze, the serpent hair, the tusks, the terror. They see the monster that must be destroyed. They see the justification for divine violence. They see the proof that the gods are necessary, because without the gods, who would protect mortals from such creatures? It is the oldest propaganda in the world. The transformation of the victim into the threat. The transformation of the martyr into the warning. The transformation of the innocent into the justification for guilt. Athena uses the head for centuries. She uses it in the Trojan War, holding it up before the walls of Troy, turning defenders to stone, clearing paths for Greek spears. She uses it in her conflicts with other gods, showing it to Poseidon in their endless rivalry, reminding him, though never explicitly, of what happened to the woman he destroyed. She uses it in her patronage of Athens, placing images of it on the city's shields, on its coins, on its temples, making Medusa's face the face of Athenian power, Athenian wisdom, Athenian invincibility. And the people of Athens, the people who worship Athena, who benefit from her protection, who build their civilization on the foundation of her order, they do not ask where the face came from. They do not ask whose eyes stare out from the center of the goddess's shield. They do not ask what crime was committed to place it there. They simply accept it. They accept that the face of terror is also the face of protection. They accept that the monster on the shield keeps them safe. They accept, without question, the narrative that Athena provides, that Medusa was a threat, that her death was necessary, that her face now serves the greater good. But not everyone accepts it. There are whispers. There are stories. There are the tales that Perseus tells in his old age, when the wine has loosened his tongue and the fire has warmed his bones and the weight of memory has become too heavy to carry alone. He tells a few trusted friends. He tells his wife Andromeda, who listens with tears in her eyes and holds his hand through the night. He tells his children, who grow up knowing that their father's greatest victory was also his greatest sorrow. And the stories spread. They spread not through temples or official histories, but through the underground channels of human truth, the tavern tales, the women's songs, the slave whispers, the poetry that is written not for glory but for grief. The story of Medusa as victim. The story of Medusa as priestess. The story of Medusa as the woman who was destroyed by the god she loved. These stories survive. They survive the fall of Athens. They survive the rise of Rome. They survive the burning of libraries and the rewriting of histories. They survive because they are true, not true in the way that official myths are true, but true in the way that human suffering is true. They survive because every generation produces new Medusas, women destroyed by powerful men, victims punished for their own violation, innocents transformed into monsters by the very systems that claim to protect them. And Medusa's head, the actual, physical head mounted on Athena's aegis, it survives too. It survives the centuries. It survives the changing world. It survives the decline of the old gods and the rise of new ones. Some say it is still out there, hidden in a temple that has not yet fallen, guarded by priests who do not know what they guard. Some say it was buried with Perseus when he died, placed in his tomb as the one thing he could not give back to Athena, the one trophy he stole from the gods to keep for himself. Some say it was thrown into the sea, returning to the deep where Medusa was born, where it dissolved into salt and memory and the endless patience of the ocean. But the truth is simpler and more terrible. The head survives because stories survive. As long as there are tongues to speak and ears to hear and hearts to break, Medusa lives. Not as a monster, not as a shield, but as a question that the gods could not answer. A question that Athena could not silence. A question that echoes through 3,000 years of civilization, waiting for someone brave enough to ask it aloud. Perseus returns to Seriphos. He walks into the hall of Polydectes with Medusa's head hidden in the cabesus, and he finds the king sitting on his throne, surrounded by his court, laughing at the thought of the boy's death. Polydectes has grown bold in Perseus's absence. He has moved Danae from Dictys' house into the palace. He has told her that her son is dead. He has told her that she has no choice now but to marry him. He has told her that resistance is futile, that the gods have abandoned her, that the world belongs to men like him who take what they want without asking. Danae sits beside him, pale as marble, her eyes empty, her hands folded in her lap. She does not weep. She has no tears left. She has spent them all in the long nights of waiting, in the prayers that went unanswered, in the slow realization that her son, her beautiful, brave, foolish son, has been sent to his death by a man who wants her body more than her soul. She has accepted her fate. She has accepted that she will marry the tyrant. She has accepted that the world is cruel and that the gods are crueler and that a woman's only choice is which cage she enters. And then Perseus walks in. He is changed. She sees it immediately. He is not the boy who left. He is taller, yes, and stronger, and he carries himself with a confidence that was not there before. But there is something else, something missing. The light in his eyes, the bright, eager, innocent light of youth, has been extinguished. In its place is a darkness, a depth, a weight that makes him seem older than his years, older than the world itself. He looks like a man who has seen the face of death. He looks like a man who has held that face in his hands. He looks like a man who has killed something precious and will never recover from the loss. Perseus, Danae whispers. Her voice is barely audible. She rises from her seat. She takes a step toward him, and then she stops, because there is something wrong. Something in the way he moves, in the way he does not smile, in the way he carries the bag at his side, as if it contains not a trophy but a child, something precious and fragile and terrible. My son, she says, you have returned. I have returned, Perseus says. His voice is flat, controlled, the voice of someone who has learned to speak through grief. I have completed my quest. I have brought what was asked of me. Polydectes laughs. It is a loud, booming laugh, the laugh of a man who has never known doubt, who has never questioned his own power, who believes that the world exists to serve his desires. He rises from his throne. He spreads his arms wide. He looks at Perseus with a mixture of amusement and contempt. So the fisherman's brat returns, the king says. And empty-handed, I see. No head, no trophy, no proof of your heroic deed. You stand before me with nothing but a bag and a story, boy. You have failed, and now your mother will pay the price for your failure. Guards, seize him, throw him in the dungeon, and prepare the wedding. Danae and I will be married tonight. And you, Perseus, will watch from your cell as your mother becomes my bride. The guards move forward. They are armed. They are numerous. They are loyal to the king. But Perseus does not flinch. He does not draw his sword. He does not put on the helmet of Hades or the winged sandals. He simply reaches into the cabesus. He pulls out the head. He does not look at it. He has learned never to look at it directly. He holds it by the snake hair, his arm extended, his face turned away, his eyes closed. He holds it up toward Polydectes, and he speaks. You wanted the head of Medusa, he says. You wanted it to adorn your hall. You wanted it to prove your power over me. You wanted it to win my mother's hand. Here it is. Look at it. Look at the face of the woman you sent me to kill. Look at the price of your vanity. Look at what your quest has cost. Polydectes looks. He cannot help himself. The head is mesmerizing. Even in death, even severed, even held aloft by the hair of its own serpents, it is mesmerizing. The king's eyes are drawn to it. His mouth opens. His breath catches. He takes a step forward, then another, reaching out as if to touch the face, as if to verify that it is real, as if to claim his prize. And then the transformation begins. It starts at his feet. His sandals become stone. His toes fuse with the marble floor. The petrification moves upward with terrifying speed, consuming his legs, his hips, his torso, his chest. He tries to scream, but his throat is already mineral. He tries to run, but his legs are already fixed. He raises his hands in a futile gesture of surrender, and they freeze in place, fingers splayed, palms outward, the gesture of a man begging for mercy he does not deserve. The court watches in horror. They watch their king become a statue. They watch the tyrant who ruled them through fear become an object of fear himself. They watch Polydectes transform from flesh to stone, from life to death, from power to impotence. And when it is done, when the last twitch of his eyelids has stilled, when the last breath has frozen in his stone lungs, when the king stands before them as a monument to his own greed, the court is silent. Then they cheer. They cheer because they are free. They cheer because the tyrant is dead. They cheer because the boy they underestimated has saved them all. They cheer for Perseus. They cheer for the hero. They cheer for the miracle. But Perseus does not cheer. Perseus does not smile. Perseus places the head back in the bag and walks to his mother. He takes her hand. He leads her out of the hall, out of the palace, down to the shore where Dictys waits with his boat. And he does not look back. He gives the kingdom to Dictys, the fisherman who saved him, who raised him, who taught him what goodness looks like. He gives him the throne of Seriphos. Dictys protests. He is a simple man. He does not want power. He does not want wealth. He wants only to fish, to live, to be left alone. But Perseus insists. He tells Dictys that the island needs a king who understands mercy. He tells him that the people need a ruler who knows what it is to be powerless. He tells him that he, Perseus, cannot stay. He cannot rule a kingdom built on the death of Medusa. He cannot sit on a throne won by beheading a sleeping woman. He cannot live in a place where every wall, every street, every familiar face reminds him of what he has done. He leaves Seriphos that night. He takes his mother with him. They sail east, toward Argos, toward the kingdom of Acrisius, toward the prophecy that started everything. And on the voyage, Danae sits with her son in the dark, and she asks him the question that has been burning in her heart since the moment he returned. What happened, she asks. Not the story you will tell the world. Not the hero's tale. What really happened? Who is she? Perseus looks at the sea. The moon is full. The water is black and silver. The stars are infinite. And he speaks. He speaks for the first time since the cave. He tells his mother everything. He tells her about the island. He tells her about the statues. He tells her about the conversation in the dark. He tells her about Medusa's choice. He tells her about the cut. He tells her about the blood. He tells her about Pegasus and Chrysor. He tells her about Stheno and Euryale's curse. He tells her about Athena's tear. And when he is done, Danae holds him. She holds him as she held him when he was a baby in the bronze tower. She holds him as she held him through the storms in the wooden chest. She holds him as only a mother can hold a child who has been broken by the world. You did not kill a monster, she says. You freed a prisoner. You did not win a trophy. You carried a burden. And you did not fail her, Perseus. You were the only one who saw her. The only one who spoke to her. The only one who wept. That is not failure. That is the only grace the gods allowed in this entire tragedy. I should have saved her, Perseus says. His voice is the voice of a man drowning in guilt. I should have found a way. I should have defied Athena. I should have brought her back. I should have hidden her. I should have done something, anything, other than what I did. You did what she asked, Danae says. And that is the hardest thing of all, because she asked you to destroy her. She asked you to become a killer. She asked you to carry the weight so that she could be free. And you did. You loved her enough to destroy her. That is not heroism, my son. That is something deeper. That is something the gods will never understand. And that is why you will never be free of her. Because freedom was the gift you gave her. And imprisonment is the price you paid. They reach Argos. Acrisius is old now, ancient, a man who has spent his life waiting for the prophecy to fulfill itself, who has built walls and hired guards, and slept with weapons under his pillow, who has aged decades in the years since he cast his daughter and grandson into the sea. He sees Perseus approach the city, and he feels the old terror rise in his chest. He feels the prophecy tightening around him like a noose. He does not welcome them. He cannot. He is too afraid. He bars the gates. He refuses to see his daughter. He refuses to acknowledge his grandson. He tells his people that Perseus is a usurper, a threat, a bringer of doom. And he waits. He waits for the prophecy to come true. But Perseus does not want the throne. He does not want Argos. He does not want to kill his grandfather. He wants only to be left alone. He settles outside the city, in a small village, with his mother. He lives quietly. He farms. He fishes. He tries to forget. But fate is patient. Fate is relentless. And fate does not care what Perseus wants. The prophecy fulfills itself not through violence, but through accident. Years later, Perseus attends the funeral games of a king in a neighboring city. He participates in the discus throw. He throws the discus. It veers. It flies into the crowd. It strikes an old man sitting in the front row. The old man is Acrisius. The discus kills him instantly. The prophecy is complete. The grandson has killed the grandfather. Not with malice, not with intent, but with the random, careless cruelty that the gods call fate. Acrisius dies where he sat, his eyes wide with the final horror of realization that all his precautions were useless, that all his walls were paper, that all his terror was justified but impotent. He dies knowing that he could not escape what he feared. And Perseus stands in the arena, the discus still warm in his hand, and he understands that he has been used one final time. Used by the gods, used by fate, used as the instrument of a prophecy that was never about him, but about the terror of an old man who could not accept his own mortality. He does not take the throne of Argos. He gives it to another. He leaves the city forever. He wanders. He becomes a nomad, a legend, a ghost that haunts the edges of Greek civilization. He tells his story to anyone who will listen, but he never tells the part about Medusa. He keeps that locked inside him, a secret heavier than any shield, sharper than any sword. And in his old age, when his body fails and his strength fades and the winged sandals have been returned to Hermes, and the helmet to Hades, and the shield to Athena, in his old age, he sits by a fire in a foreign land, and he speaks her name. Just once, just to the flames. Medusa, he whispers, and the fire seems to answer, dancing higher, casting shadows that look like serpents, like wings, like a woman's face turned toward the light. He dies not as a hero, but as a man who loved a monster, a man who killed an angel, a man who carried the weight of the world and was crushed by it. And when he is buried, they find the cabezus in his pack, empty now, the head long gone, but the bag still stained with the memory of what it held. They bury it with him. They bury his secret with him, and the world moves on. But the world does not forget. Not entirely. Not where it matters. The centuries pass. Greece rises and falls. Rome conquers and crumbles. The old gods retreat into myth, into poetry, into the spaces between the stars where human eyes cannot reach. Athena's temples become churches. Her statues become ruins. Her name becomes a footnote in textbooks. And Medusa becomes something else entirely. She becomes a symbol, but not the symbol Athena intended. In the ancient world, her image is everywhere. She is on shields. She is on coins. She is on the breastplates of soldiers who never knew her story, who only know that her face wards off evil, that her gaze protects the bearer, that her serpentine visage is a charm against danger. She is the Gorgonian, the Gorgon head, the apotropaic symbol that turns away harm. She is on the doors of houses. She is on the prows of ships. She is on the tombs of the dead, guarding them against desecration. But always, there is a duality in her image. The official version, the version sponsored by temples and approved by priests, shows her as a monster. Tusks, beard, wild eyes, tongue protruding, a face designed to terrify, to repel, to warn. This is the Medusa of Athena's aegis. This is the Medusa of state power. This is the Medusa who justifies violence by being its victim. But there is another image, a secret image, an image that appears in women's chambers, in the private art of households, in the whispered traditions that never make it into official histories. This Medusa is beautiful. Her face is young. Her eyes are sad rather than fierce. Her snake hair is arranged like a crown. She is not a warning. She is a memorial. She is not a threat. She is a martyr. The women of Greece know her. They know her in their bones. They know her because they too have been punished for the violence done to them. They know her because they too have been called monsters when they refused to submit. They know her because they too have been exiled from the temples of the gods who were supposed to protect them. They keep her image hidden. They pray to her in secret. They tell her story to their daughters, not as a cautionary tale, but as a promise, that even when the gods betray you, you are not alone. That even when the world calls you a monster, you know the truth. That even in death, your story can outlast the lies of the powerful. The story spreads. It spreads through the Mediterranean. It spreads through the ancient Near East. It reaches Egypt, where Medusa is identified with the cobra goddess Wadjet, the protector of pharaohs, the serpent who spits fire at the enemies of order. It reaches Rome, where she is syncretized with countless protective deities, her face appearing on the armor of legions that march across Europe, her image guarding the thresholds of villas where slaves whisper her true story in the kitchens after dark. And then the Dark Ages come. The classical world collapses. The temples fall. The libraries burn. The stories are lost, or seem to be lost, buried under the weight of new empires, new religions, new narratives that have no room for a serpent-haired woman who was destroyed by a goddess. For 1,000 years, Medusa sleeps. She sleeps in the ruins of Athens. She sleeps in the forgotten manuscripts of monasteries. She sleeps in the dreams of women who do not know her name, but feel her presence in their nightmares of betrayal and transformation. But she does not die, because stories do not die. They only wait. The Renaissance wakes her. The rediscovery of classical texts, the excavation of ancient ruins, the rebirth of humanist inquiry, it all brings Medusa back into the light. But the Renaissance does not understand her. The Renaissance sees her as a symbol of classical beauty destroyed by barbarism, of pagan wisdom overcome by Christian truth, of the monstrous feminine that must be conquered by masculine reason. Artists paint her death. They paint Perseus as the ideal hero, muscular and noble and utterly righteous. They paint Medusa as the ideal victim, beautiful in her death, her severed head held aloft like a lantern, her blood spraying in decorative patterns across the canvas. Caravaggio paints her. He paints her with his own face, a self-portrait in the moment of decapitation, as if the artist understands that he too is both killer and killed, both creator and destroyer. He paints her eyes open, looking directly at the viewer, asking the question that no one can answer. Why? Leonardo sketches her. He sketches her as a landscape of horror, a face composed of endless, writhing detail, as if he is trying to understand the mechanics of monstrosity. Rubens paints her. He paints her as a voluptuous woman, her body twisted in agony and ecstasy, her death a spectacle of beauty and violence intertwined. But none of them see her. Not really. They see the monster. They see the victim. They see the symbol. They do not see the woman. They do not see the priestess. They do not see the girl who climbed from the sea with hope in her heart and was destroyed by the gods she wanted to serve. It is not until the modern era that Medusa begins to be truly seen again, and it is women who see her first. The 20th century dawns. The world has changed. Empires have fallen. Revolutions have risen. Women have demanded and won the right to speak, to vote, to work, to own their own bodies and their own stories. And with this new voice, they begin to tell Medusa's story differently. In 1922, a scholar named Jane Harrison writes about the Gorgons. She suggests that Medusa was not originally a monster at all. She suggests that the Gorgon face was once a protective symbol, a matriarchal deity, a goddess of the old religion that predated the Olympians. She suggests that Athena's appropriation of Medusa's head was not an act of justice, but an act of conquest. The conquest of the old goddess by the new, the suppression of the feminine divine by the masculine order, the transformation of a protector into a warning. Her ideas are controversial. They are dismissed by the male establishment. But they take root. They grow. They spread through the women's colleges and the suffrage meetings and the secret societies where women gather to share stories that the official histories ignore. In 1942, the French writer Hélène Cixous publishes The Laugh of the Medusa. It is not a retelling of the myth. It is a manifesto. She declares that women must write themselves. They must write their own bodies, their own desires, their own stories. They must stop allowing men and male gods to define them as monsters. She takes Medusa's name as a banner. She declares that every woman who has been called a monster for speaking her truth, for owning her power, for refusing to be silenced, every such woman is Medusa. And she declares that the laugh of the Medusa is the sound of women refusing to be victims anymore. The feminist movement claims her. They claim her as a symbol of female rage. They claim her as a symbol of the consequences of sexual violence. They claim her as a symbol of the way patriarchal systems punish women for the crimes committed against them. They see in her story the entire history of female oppression, the idealization of female purity, the punishment of female sexuality, the transformation of female victims into female threats, the use of women's bodies as weapons in wars between men and between male gods. Medusa becomes an icon. She appears on protest posters. She appears in feminist literature. She appears in the art of women who have survived assault, who have survived abuse, who have survived the systems that told them they were monsters for fighting back. Her snake hair becomes a crown of power rather than a curse. Her gaze becomes a weapon of resistance rather than a threat. Her death becomes a martyrdom rather than a defeat. In 1978, the poet May Sarton writes of her. In 1985, the novelist Ursula K. Le Guin reimagines her. In 1990, the artist Kiki Smith sculpts her, not as a severed head, but as a whole body, powerful, standing, alive. In 2000, the musician Ani DeFranco sings of her. In 2010, the writer Madeline Miller gives her a voice in the novel Circe, letting her speak from the page with a humanity that the ancient myths denied her. Each retelling adds a layer. Each reinterpretation adds a dimension. Each new voice brings Medusa closer to the truth of who she was. Not a monster, not a victim, but a woman. A woman with a story. A woman with a name. A woman who was destroyed by power and who, in her destruction, became more powerful than the gods who killed her. Because that is the final irony of Medusa's story. The gods thought they were using her. Athena thought she was turning a rebel into a shield. Poseidon thought he was claiming a prize. Perseus thought he was winning glory. They all thought they were the authors of her story. They all thought they could define her, control her, weaponize her, discard her. But stories belong to the people who tell them. And the people who tell Medusa's story are not gods. They are humans. They are women. They are survivors. They are the ones who look at her face and do not see a monster or a warning or a trophy. They see a sister. They see a mother. They see a friend. They see themselves. And in that recognition, Medusa is reborn. Not as a Gorgon, not as a weapon, but as a symbol of the indestructibility of truth. The gods tried to silence her. They cut off her head. They mounted it on a shield. They used it to frighten their enemies. But they could not stop her story from spreading. They could not stop her face from appearing on 1,000 walls, in 1,000 poems, in 1,000 hearts. They could not stop the whispered history from becoming a shouted truth. Medusa outlives them all. She outlives Athena. She outlives Perseus. She outlives Greece and Rome and every empire that ever tried to write her story for her. She stands at the edge of the world, not as a monster in a cave, but as a guardian of the truth. She guards the truth that the powerful fear, that victims are not disposable, that the innocent cannot be destroyed without consequence, that the story of the oppressed will always outlast the lies of the oppressor. She is the guardian they called a monster, and she is still guarding. She is still watching. She is still waiting for the world to become wise enough to understand what was done to her, and to ensure that it never happens again. What happens to Medusa after death? The ancient sources are silent on this point. They tell us where her body lay. They tell us where her head traveled. They tell us who used it and who mourned it and who eventually forgot it. But they do not tell us what became of her soul. They do not tell us if she walked in the underworld. They do not tell us if she met Persephone or Hades. They do not tell us if she found peace. But we can imagine. We must imagine. Because a story without an afterlife is a story without closure. And Medusa deserves closure. She wakes in darkness. Not the darkness of her cave, which was cold and mineral and alive with the sound of dripping water. This darkness is warm. It is soft. It is the darkness of a womb, of a seed buried in earth, of a promise waiting to be fulfilled. She does not have a body. Or rather, she has a body, but it is not the body she knew. It is not bronze. It is not scaled. It does not have wings or snake hair or tusks. It is simply her, the her that she was before the curse, the her that she was in the temple, the her that she was when she climbed from the sea and felt the sun on her face for the first time. She is young. She is whole. She is human. And she is not alone. The underworld is not what she expected. It is not the grim, gray realm of popular imagination, a place of endless torment and shadowy regret. It is a landscape of memory. It is a place where every moment of her life exists simultaneously, where she can walk through her own history like a traveler through a garden, touching each memory like a flower, smelling its scent, feeling its texture, and then moving on. She walks through her childhood in the deep sea. She sees her mother Ceto, massive and serpentine, coiling around her in the crushing pressure of the abyss. But now she understands that Ceto's silence was not indifference but awe. Awe at the fragility of her mortal daughter. Awe at the courage it took to leave the sea. Awe at the love that drove Medusa to seek a world where she did not belong. She sees her father Phorcys, his bioluminescent eyes glowing in the dark, and she understands that his distance was not rejection but protection. Protection from the weight of his own ancient grief, from the knowledge that his youngest daughter would die while his other children lived forever. She sees her sisters, Stheno, fierce and protective, teaching her to be strong. Euryale, gentle and melancholy, teaching her to dream. She sees them not as monsters, but as family, the only family that ever loved her without condition, the only family that never asked her to be anything other than what she was. And she weeps for them. She weeps for the grief they will carry for eternity. She weeps for the island where they sit beside her empty body, waiting for a justice that will never come. She walks through her time in the temple. She sees Theano, young and strong and full of faith. She sees the other priestesses, their faces serious and kind. She sees the sacred fire, the woven peplos, the white marble columns that seem to touch the sky. And she feels, for the first time, not the bitterness of betrayal but the sweetness of devotion. She loved Athena, truly loved her, and that love was real, even if the goddess who received it was not worthy of it. The love itself was pure. The love itself was good. And no curse, no betrayal, no violence can take that away. She walks through the assault. This is the hardest part. She sees Poseidon enter the temple. She sees his smile. She feels his hands. She relives the terror, the helplessness, the absolute negation of herself. But now, in the underworld, she sees something else. She sees that Poseidon was not a god in that moment. He was a child, a spoiled, ancient, powerful child, throwing a tantrum because he could not have what he wanted without taking it. She sees his weakness. She sees his emptiness. She sees that he took her body because he could not touch her soul, because her soul belonged to Athena, because her devotion was a fortress that he could not breach. And in seeing his weakness, she finds a kind of power. She finds that he did not destroy her. He only damaged the vessel. The soul inside remained intact. It remains intact still. She walks through the curse. She sees Athena's face, cold and terrible and beautiful. She hears the goddess's words, the condemnation, the transformation. She feels the snakes erupt from her scalp. She feels her skin harden. She feels her eyes become weapons. And she understands, finally, what she could not understand in life. That Athena's curse was not about her. It was about Athena. It was about the goddess's own fear, her own vulnerability, her own inability to protect what she loved. Athena cursed Medusa because Athena was afraid. Afraid of Poseidon. Afraid of weakness. Afraid of the love she felt for her priestess. A love that made her vulnerable in a way that no armor could protect. The curse was Athena's shield. Not against enemies. Against feeling. And Medusa pities her. In the underworld, looking back at the goddess who destroyed her, Medusa feels not rage but pity. Because she understands now what she did not understand then. That the gods are not free. They are bound by their own natures, by their own roles, by the stories that humans tell about them. Athena must be wise. She must be just. She must be invulnerable. And if she is not, if she doubts, if she regrets, if she loves, then she is not Athena anymore. She is just another woman, broken by the world, mourning what she has lost. And the world cannot allow its gods to be women. The world needs them to be stone. Medusa walks on. She walks through her exile. She sees the island. She sees the cave. She sees the stone garden. She sees every face of every man she turned to stone. And now, in death, she can look at them directly without killing them. She can meet their stone eyes with her human eyes. She can speak to them. She can apologize. She can tell them that she is sorry, that she never wanted to hurt them, that she tried to hide, that she tried to warn them, that she tried everything she could to avoid adding them to her garden of grief. And they forgive her. In the underworld, they are not stone anymore. They are men again, young and old, brave and foolish, innocent and guilty. They gather around her. They listen to her story. They tell her their own stories, the stories of the lives they left behind, the wives who waited, the children who grew up without fathers, the dreams that died with them. And they forgive her, because in the underworld, forgiveness is the only currency. And they have had centuries to understand that they were not killed by Medusa. They were killed by the stories that sent them to her. They were killed by the promise of glory. They were killed by the gods who armed them and sent them to their deaths. She walks through her death. She sees Perseus enter the cave. She sees his face, young and frightened and full of a pity that she did not expect. She hears their conversation. She feels the sword fall. She feels the separation of head from body, the strange lightness that follows, the eruption of her children from her blood. She sees Pegasus fly. She sees Chrysaor stand. She sees Perseus weep. And she understands that her death was not the end of her story. It was the beginning. Because in dying, she became immortal. Not in the way that Steno and Euryale are immortal, bound to eternal bodies, eternal hunger, eternal grief. She became immortal in memory. She became immortal in story. She became immortal in the hearts of everyone who ever looked at power and asked why, who ever looked at injustice and said no, who ever looked at a monster and saw a person. She walks through the afterlife of her story. She sees the artists paint her. She sees the poets sing her. She sees the women claim her. She sees the scholars debate her. She sees her face on shields and coins and protest signs. She sees her name spoken in classrooms and bedrooms and prison cells. She sees herself become a symbol, a myth, a mirror in which humanity sees its own cruelty and its own hope for redemption. And finally, she comes to a place in the underworld that she has never seen before. It is a garden, not a stone garden, but a living one. Flowers grow here, flowers she has never seen, colors that have no names in the languages of the living. Trees rise toward a sky that is not a sky, but a luminous darkness, a night that glows with its own inner light. Water flows, not the mineral water of her cave, but clear, sweet water that sings as it moves over stone. And in the center of the garden, there is a figure, a woman, young, beautiful, dressed in white, her dark hair bound in the style of a priestess. She is kneeling beside a small fire, tending it with sticks of olive wood. She looks up as Medusa approaches, and she smiles. It is herself. It is the self she was before the sea, before the temple, before the gods. It is the self that existed in potential, in hope, in the pure, undamaged core of her being. It is the Medusa who never climbed from the water, the Medusa who never met Athena, the Medusa who never suffered, the Medusa who might have been. Welcome, the other Medusa says. Her voice is the voice of the girl who sang hymns in the temple, before the voice was layered with serpentine harmonics. I have been waiting for you. Who are you? Medusa asks. I am you, the other says. I am the part of you that the gods could not touch, the part that remained whole while they broke everything else. I am your innocence, your hope, your faith. I am the girl who believed that the world was good, and I have kept that belief safe for you. All these years, waiting for the day when you would be ready to receive it again. But I am not innocent, Medusa says. I was cursed. I was exiled. I killed. I died. I am stained. I am broken. I am not the girl who believed in goodness. I am the woman who learned that goodness is punished. Yes, the other Medusa says. You learned that. And you kept living. You kept feeling. You kept tending your dead. You kept speaking to Perseus with kindness even as he raised the sword. You kept your humanity through everything that was done to you. That is not brokenness, Medusa. That is strength. That is the strength that the gods feared. That is why they had to destroy you. Because your goodness was a threat to their power. Because your love was stronger than their thunder. Because your faith, even when betrayed, was more real than their divinity. The other Medusa stands. She holds out her hand. Come, she says. Rest. You have carried the world long enough. You have carried the guilt. You have carried the grief. You have carried the stories of the dead and the curses of the living. It is time to set them down. It is time to be free. Medusa takes the hand. It is warm. It is soft. It is human. And as their fingers touch, she feels something release. She feels the weight of centuries lifting from her shoulders. She feels the stone garden dissolving. She feels the curse unraveling. She feels the snakes becoming hair again, the scales becoming skin, the bronze becoming flesh. She feels herself becoming whole. Not young, not innocent, not unchanged, but whole, integrated. All of her experiences, the sea and the temple, the devotion and the betrayal, the exile and the death, the grief and the grace, all of them become part of her. They do not disappear. They do not fade. They become the texture of her soul, the pattern of her being, the wisdom that she earned at such terrible cost. She sits in the garden. She tends the fire. And she waits. She waits for the world to become ready. She waits for the day when her story will be told truly. She waits for the day when no woman will be called a monster for surviving. She waits for the day when no God will punish the victim to protect the guilty. She waits for the day when the Medusa on the shield will be recognized not as a trophy, but as a warning about what happens when power is abused, when devotion is betrayed, when innocence is destroyed. And while she waits, she dreams. She dreams of the living world. She dreams of the women who carry her name. She dreams of the survivors who look into mirrors and see not monsters, but warriors. She dreams of the day when her story will be told not as a tragedy, but as a triumph. Not the triumph of Perseus, but the triumph of truth. The triumph of memory. The triumph of the human spirit over the gods who tried to crush it. She dreams, and in dreaming, she lives. Forever. Not as a head on a shield, not as a face on a coin, but as a heartbeat in the chest of everyone who has ever been hurt and has chosen to survive. As a breath in the lungs of everyone who has ever been called a monster and has chosen to speak anyway. As a spark in the eyes of everyone who has ever looked at power and said, "I see you. I know what you did, and I will not forget." The story does not end in the underworld. The story never ends. Because stories are alive. They breathe. They grow. They change. And Medusa's story, the true story, the complete story, the story of the woman beneath the snakes, it continues to unfold in the world of the living. It unfolds in the woman who walks home alone at night, her keys between her fingers, her heart hammering, who remembers Medusa and knows that she too has a gaze that can stop a predator in his tracks. It unfolds in the girl who sits in a courtroom, testifying against the man who hurt her, who feels the eyes of the world on her and chooses to speak anyway, who knows that Medusa stood before Athena and demanded answers, and who draws strength from that ancient courage. It unfolds in the mother who teaches her daughter not to be afraid of her own power, who tells her that her anger is not monstrous, who tells her that her refusal to submit is not a curse, who tells her the story of Medusa not as a cautionary tale, but as a promise that she can survive, that she can speak, that she can look power in the face and dare it to turn her to stone. It unfolds in the artist who paints Medusa not as dead, but as alive, who gives her wings that are not tattered but strong, who gives her eyes that glow not with death, but with defiance, who gives her snake hair that rises like a crown, like a halo, like the aura of a saint who has been martyred for the sin of being too good for a world that punishes goodness. It unfolds in the scholar who reads between the lines of Hesiod and Ovid, who finds the cracks in the official myth, who excavates the whispered history beneath the shouted propaganda, who writes the paper that changes the curriculum, who teaches the class that opens young eyes, who says, quietly but firmly, in rooms full of skepticism, Medusa was innocent. And the evidence is there, if you are willing to see it. It unfolds in the survivor who tattoos Medusa's face on her skin, not as a warning to others, but as a warning to herself. A reminder that she survived the gaze of the world. A reminder that she survived the curse of being called a monster. A reminder that she is still here, still breathing, still fighting, still whole despite everything that was done to her. It unfolds in the activist who carries a sign with Medusa's image at the march, who chants her name in the streets, who demands justice not just for herself, but for every Medusa who has ever been silenced, ever been exiled, ever been beheaded by a system that calls itself just while it destroys the innocent. It unfolds in the dreamer who wakes in the night with tears on her face, unable to remember what she dreamed, but knowing, somehow, that she walked in a garden at the edge of the underworld, that she held the hand of a woman who had been waiting for her, that she was welcomed home by the part of herself that the world could not break. And it unfolds in you. Yes, you, the one who has listened to this story, the one who has followed Medusa from the deep sea to the temple, from the temple to the cave, from the cave to the underworld, from the underworld to the eternal garden of memory. You who have seen her suffer, you who have seen her choose, you who have seen her die and be reborn in the telling. You are the continuation of her story. You are the proof that she did not die in vain. You are the witness that Athena could not silence, that Poseidon could not violate, that Perseus could not forget. You are the one who knows. And knowing is power. Knowing is resistance. Knowing is the immortality that the gods tried to steal from her and that you have given back. So what will you do with this knowledge? Will you forget it? Will you file it away as an interesting myth, a tragic story, a cautionary tale about the dangers of divine vanity? Or will you carry it? Will you let it change you? Will you let it open your eyes to the Medusas in your own world? The ones who have been called monsters, the ones who have been punished for surviving, the ones whose stories have been written by the powerful to serve the powerful? Will you speak her name when others forget it? Will you tell her story when others distort it? Will you stand between the sword and the victim when the moment comes, as Perseus could not, as Athena would not, as the world has so rarely done? That is the question Medusa asks from her garden at the edge of death. That is the question she has been asking for 3,000 years. That is the question that echoes in every act of injustice and every act of courage. Will you see her? Will you know her? Will you remember her? Or will you let her become stone? Let us leave Medusa where we found her. Not in death, not in defeat, but in possibility. Imagine the Western Ocean, not as it is now, mapped and measured and crossed by ships carrying cargo and tourists. Imagine it as it was then, wild, endless, the place where the world ends and something else begins. The place where the sun drowns each evening in a sea of blood and gold. The place where the stars are born. Imagine the island, the rocky shore, the cave, the stone garden. But imagine it differently now. Imagine that the statues have begun to change. Not to move. They will never move. They are stone. They are eternal. But imagine that they have begun to glow. A faint, soft light emanates from them. The light of memory, the light of story, the light of all the tellings and retellings that have kept them alive in human hearts. Imagine Stheno and Euryale. They are still there. They have never left. They sit beside their sister's body, which lies uncorrupted on its bed of moss, as beautiful and terrible as the day she died. But now, instead of mourning, they are singing a new song. A song that has no words in any human language, but that carries a meaning clear to any heart that has ever loved and lost. The song is about Medusa. It is about her courage. It is about her devotion. It is about her survival. It is about the way she climbed from the abyss to the surface, from the surface to the temple, from the temple to the cave, from the cave to the underworld, from the underworld to the garden, and from the garden to the hearts of everyone who hears her name. The song travels on the wind. It crosses the Western Ocean. It reaches the shores of Greece. It reaches the shores of Rome. It reaches the shores of every land that has ever known her story. And in every place it touches, someone hears it. Someone remembers. Someone weeps. Someone rises. And in the garden at the edge of the underworld, Medusa hears the song too. She hears her sister's voices, carried across the barrier between life and death, between memory and forgetting, between the past and the future. She hears them, and she smiles. She is whole now. She is free. She is not a monster. She is not a victim. She is not a shield. She is not a trophy. She is Medusa. She is the guardian. She is the protectress. She is the one whose name means sovereign female wisdom. She is the one who survived the gods. She is the one whose story outlasted Olympus. And she is waiting for you, not in fear, not in anger, not in the terrible, petrifying gaze that the myths attribute to her, but in welcome, in recognition, in the absolute, unconditional love of a sister who has seen everything you have suffered and has chosen to stand with you anyway. She is waiting in the garden. The fire is burning. The flowers are blooming. The water is singing. And she is holding out her hand. Take it, not because you are without fear, not because you are without doubt, but because you have heard her story, and in hearing it, you have become part of it. You have become part of the endless, unfolding, indestructible narrative of human courage in the face of divine cruelty. You have become part of the truth that will outlast every lie. Take her hand, walk with her in the garden, and remember that the gods are not always just. Remember that the powerful are not always right. Remember that the monsters are not always monstrous. Remember that the victims are not always voiceless. Remember that the stories belong to the people who tell them. And remember that the most powerful weapon in the world is not a sword or a shield or a severed head. It is memory. It is truth. It is the refusal to forget. Medusa did not forget. Even in death, she remembered. She remembered the sea. She remembered the sun. She remembered the temple. She remembered the fire. She remembered the old fisherman who showed her kindness. She remembered Theano who held her hand. She remembered her sisters who never abandoned her. She remembered Perseus who wept. And she remembered you. She remembered that one day, someone would tell her story truly. Someone would look past the snakes and the curse and the stone. Someone would see the woman. And that someone is you. So tell it. Tell her story. Not as a myth. Not as a legend. But as a life. A complete, detailed, human life. The life of a girl who wanted to be good. The life of a priestess who was betrayed. The life of a woman who was cursed. The life of a monster who never stopped mourning. The life of a guardian who protected even in death. The life of Medusa. Tell it to your children. Tell it to your friends. Tell it to the strangers you meet on the road. Tell it in the dark when the world seems cruel and the gods seem distant. Tell it when you need courage. Tell it when you need hope. Tell it when you need to remember that even the most broken among us can become whole again, if only someone is willing to see us. Tell it, and she will live, not in stone, not in myth, but in you, in your heart, in your voice, in your refusal to be silenced. Medusa lives. She has always lived, and as long as there are tongues to speak her name, she always will. We began with her death. Let us end with her life. The sword is falling, but this time we see it differently. We see not the execution of a monster, but the liberation of a soul. We see not the triumph of a hero, but the tragedy of a boy who was forced to become a killer. We see not the justice of the gods, but the cruelty of a system that punishes the innocent to protect the guilty. And we see her, Medusa, in that final moment, her eyes open, her gaze meeting Perseus's not with the power to kill, but with the power to forgive. We see her choose. We see her decide, in the last instant of consciousness, not to curse him, but to bless him. Not to turn him to stone, but to set him free. Not to take vengeance, but to give mercy. We see her smile, a real smile, not the snarl of a monster, not the rictus of death, but the smile of a woman who has finally, after decades of suffering, found peace. The smile of someone who knows that her story will be told. The smile of someone who trusts that the truth will outlast the lies. The blade bites. The head falls. The blood sprays. And from it, life erupts. Pegasus, the winged horse of poetry and freedom. Chrysaor, the golden warrior of justice and truth. Her children. Her legacy. her immortality, and then silence. The silence of the cave, the silence of the island, the silence of the Western Ocean, which has witnessed everything and judged nothing. But the silence does not last, because stories do not end in silence. They end in telling. They end in memory. They end in the voice of someone who was there, who saw, who knows, who refuses to forget. That voice is yours now. You have heard the complete life of Medusa. You have walked with her from the deep sea to the temple, from the temple to the cave, from the cave to the underworld, from the underworld to the eternal garden of memory. You have seen her suffer. You have seen her survive. You have seen her die. And you have seen her live again, in the telling, in the understanding, in the love that outlasts even the gods who tried to destroy her. She is not a monster. She never was. She is Medusa, the guardian, the protectress, the martyr, the survivor, the eternal witness to the truth that power fears most, that the innocent cannot be destroyed, that the truth cannot be silenced, that the story, once told, can never be untold. And she is waiting, in the garden, by the fire, with her hand outstretched. Go to her, not with a sword, not with a shield, but with your voice, with your memory, with your promise that you will not forget. That is the only weapon she ever needed. That is the only protection she ever wanted. That is the only immortality that matters. Tell her story, and she will live forever. But not really, because the story of Medusa never ends. It only waits for the next voice, the next witness, the next heart willing to remember. Will that heart be yours?